Alrighty, hello everyone. Merry Yule to you. I have my unicorn mug here. Life is better with unicorns, and on the other side is this unicorn. Pretty nifty. It's also really hot and had to be very, very careful. So today's plan is just doing a couple of spooky games. One is from the backlog roulette, which is for Mother Matron. This really caught my eye, and I put it in my library because I have this holy order in the book series that surrounds like sister, mother, matriarch, matron, etc. And I thought, oh, okay, this is kind of tongue in cheek, why would I not, pick up this game? It has the same type of, connotations there. I do expect it to be a little bit subversive, something that will take me by surprise. Again, coming in completely blind with this indie game for Mother Matron. So I'm a little bit, hesitant to put a bunch of expectations on it. But I do expect it to be short. Hopefully I'll be able to beat it today if there's no intense puzzles. We'll see. We'll see. Afterwards, if I have enough time for stream, there's another game that's been in my library for a while called The Council. There's a sale going on, so I just bought the entire collection, all the episodes, chapters, whatever it is. And I totally don't think I could finish The Council today. But I do hope to visit it later. Sorry, I was getting a phone call. Maybe not this month, but maybe sometime in January I could dive into The Council and finish the game completely. Have not forgotten about Lake from last week. I'm expecting to do that after the completed council run through. So today's just kind of a little bit up in the air, doing some indie spooky games. Maybe not a lot of blood and gore, just more, dread, unnerving, what are we dealing with kind of situation. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe I will be completely disappointed and throw my computer. But I hope y'all are having a wonderful day today. I hope it's going well for all of you. I managed to squeak into 60 pages this week. The book has been sitting on 50 pages since before the edits that I did around the Thanksgiving holiday. And I've been trying to, get back into the swing of things, and I managed to squeak out 10 pages. It's not that awesome or great or whatever. So, but it is something, and I do hope to continue to expand it over time. Next week, I was hoping to change up the schedule for something really cool, and everything is still kind of up in the air. So Monday, I was thinking of, doing some kind of work thing where I'm writing a story, for the Substack page. But I might end up just having y'all watch some Christmas story parodies or something like that, or talk about like how we get these holiday traditions, where they come from. You know, make it a little bit more of an educational experience. Um, the Christmas Eve stream is kind of up in the air. I was thinking of just reading some holiday stuff, like the night before Christmas, etc. Um, but there's a gingerbread house that needs to be built. And I don't know when my brother is going to build that with me that day. The way things are going, it may get into stream time. So I don't know if I'm ever going to stream at all that day, or if I'm going to stream us building the gingerbread house. I just don't know when that's going to happen or how that's going to be set up. I'm pretty much waiting for him to like work with me on that day, and the way things are, you know, I won't know until the actual day of how it's going to play out. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen on that particular stream? Um, but I'll think of something fun and cool for all of you to enjoy, and to experience something really fun and magical. So, let's see. Trying to think. I think I'll just go ahead and dive right into the scary spooky games and get that going. Yes. So, let me go ahead and pick down. I don't know if there's a game category for this. There is. There is a game category for this. Okay, there we go. So seeing, you know, for Mother Matron for the first time, no clue what I'm getting myself into. We'll see how it goes. Oh, and before I dive into something terrible and spooky, I'm going to wish you all a wonderful and happy Yule. I hope it's very pleasant and very calming for all of you. A wonderful time to get together with your friends and family. For those who celebrate around this time, there's also Shibayata, a Arabic holiday that's also celebrate around this time. So I also wish you a wonderful time with your families and friends as you celebrate. And thank you so much for being here. Already starting off pretty strong. Let me change the settings here. There may be some blood. There may be some blood. Oh yeah, we gotta have full screen. Difficulty. Oh gosh, where is my mouse? Okay, we're gonna have to turn the sound down a little bit. Right around there is fine, right? Oh, I may have to... I may have to turn that down just a tad. No, that's way too soft. Okay, that should be fun, right? Ooh, let's reduce flashing. I'm not gonna have y'all experience that if we can avoid it. Alright, let's go ahead and start from there. Before we begin, please choose your difficulty. Does not affect story or achievements. You can change this from the settings menu at any time. Yeah, I've been eyeing that. I think I'm just gonna go normal. Oh, what? Are you guys actually seeing the game? Hold on. Okay, there we go. It froze on the settings. That's so weird. Relax. For players who want to enjoy the story, lots of time to make decisions. Ooh, our decisions are going to be timed? Threatening the intended difficulty. Life is miserable, cruel, and unusual. Very little time to make decisions. Oh, okay. So I guess I don't mind having things on a timer. We'll go with threatening. Okay, hold on. There's something weird going on with our display capture. And I'm going to have to fix some things because the full screen. But when I click in, it doesn't see anything. Oh, that is so weird. Okay, hold on. I'm going to add in a game capture and see if that does it. No. Okay. One moment. I'm going to go ahead and look at the controls here. I think we're just going to do this as a window, but I'm going to expand the window out for the rest of my screen here. I don't think they realized that this was going to be captured anytime soon. Okay. I'm glad I'm catching this early. Okay, let's see. Oh, whoops. Okay, now you can see it. Just ignore the white bar on top. The white bar on top is just how it's gonna be. Just gonna do this. I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit. Just a smidgen. There we go. All right, there we go. We should be ready to go. All right, there we are. So we are going to have timed decisions, but they're not going to be like lightning fast. This game has a variety of options to customize your experience at any time. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's get into this. The pessimist credo, or one of them, is that non-existence never hurt anyone, and existence hurts everyone. Life is pain kind of mentality. I'm swept in the current of an inky black river of nothing. It feels familiar. I've been here before. Not the first time, not the last. It's never the last. I always think it's going to go on forever, and yet... Oh, we're awake? Kind of? Oh, room? Operating table, okay. Wakefulness. Somehow my consciousness stirs. Where am I? I feel so strange. Deeply numb, lost. I rack my brain trying to make sense of things. Questions that should have obvious answers. None came to me. Who am I? What has happened to me? What do I know? I know I exist. I know I breathe. I know this room is disgustingly warm despite its cold, cold walls. I know that horrible wet sound is driving me mad. I know blood runs through my veins. I know my heart pumps that blood beat by beat. I know the inside of my stomach bubbles and churns with acid. I know my bladder. Okay, this is kind of like going a little too far. My claws are spears. Kind of, let's speed it up a little bit. We know that you only know the sensations inside your body and nothing else. I know my bladder feels like it's going to burst, filled with urine. I know my intestines. I know my body and how it functions. I know my intestines pipe feces through a meter of contracting meat tubes coiled in my belly. That's one way of phrasing it. But not much else. I don't remember what distinguishes me from any other sack of meat. I close my eyes. Somehow it feels like I'm scrambling around on the floor, looking for a real, tangible thing. I see it there. It's under a big old shelf. It's got boxes and boxes of memories, dreams, regrets, nightmares. I reach back as far as my mental arm can reach, underneath the shelf full of old baggage. The thing is rattling. The stuff rises unpleasantly, and I can feel eyes glares at me. The weight of the shelf is crushing my arm. The act of recalling is in itself painful. Hi, Amber. Welcome in. Some spooky yule days. Welcome, welcome. It would be easier to just leave it all there. In the dark, where it might be forgotten forever. Just like most of the people that were sent down there into those hopeless tunnels. To the place I lost myself in, everything. But no, I won't forget. I have to remember or no one else will. I reach back further. The weight of a sharp corner starts to scrape layers of skin as I reach further in. Now, this is all in the mind. The mind, this person's mind is going back, trying to wrangle their memories. And they're able to compartmentalize it like furniture. Finally, my mental hand clasps around something. A small, soft object that compresses under my fingers. Are we sure this is the mental mindset? I don't think this is in the mind anymore. I pull my arm out from under the shelf. The sharp corners gouge my arm open. A crimson river runs rapid and splashes onto the floor. Except How? My arms never moved. I'm not even bleeding. We're just very strong with our imagination, I guess. If we die in the Matrix, we die in real life. I felt it though. I felt my skin shredding. I heard the sound. I can even feel the object between my fingertips. What am I holding? Why, it was just what I was looking for. Memories don't just live inside of you. They live inside the things around us too. The stuff we hold. Where our hands have left their mark. In my hand is a memory. It was like a bubble of smoke. It popped in my hands. The vapor hovers faint in the air. But it's a start. A pathway to more. Yes, I'm starting to remember now. Lizzie. That's it. That's my name. My name is Lizzie. It's nice to meet you. That's only the start of the trail. I have to follow it. It's easier to live through a memory when you can share it with someone. You'll listen, won't you? You'll help me retrace my steps. Good. Okay, so a little bit meta. I like that. Good. Oh, but where to begin? Where should the dark fade? Where should I begin? Let me go ahead and take care of my nose a little bit. I wanted to also pause here for a moment and just talk about that opening. With narrative frames, we don't always have to start at the beginning. We could always start in the middle, sometimes the end of the movie. It's a little bit of a cliche where you have this whole, freeze frame, character looks at you and like, you're probably wondering why I'm here. Narrative frame is so fun and kind of like gets you in this mindset of like, okay, how do we end up here and how do we get out of here now that we caught up? And I think another film that does an excellent job of narrative frame is Reservoir Dogs. But this is off to a good start. I'm also like impressed that this character has this strong imagination where they know their body intimately, all, how they feel, the sensations of it, etc. I feel like this is going to be more body horror as we get into this. But just to know that they're able to conjure that up, that visceral kind of sensation in their mind, and wondering, okay, my body is numb and still and can't move. Hi, Spidey. Yeah, they finally released some of it yesterday. That's all over the news. I also heard it's not a complete release. But welcome in. Going back into this game, it's fascinating that this character has this, like, I know that I could touch my body, I could, like, do what I want with it, I know the sensations inside and out, why am I still, why am I frozen? And, it is a fun and fascinating, experience to kind of, like, go through that. And, like, a little bit of body horror in their mental mindset is also good. you know, ooh, ads are going to pop in real quick. So if you're subscribed, you'll be able to hear more of my thoughts on this game. I'm not going to progress through ads. Don't worry, I'm going to wait for you guys. This is a rather short game. It's also fascinating that they considered memories as like some sort of furniture or like their mental mind palace. You know, there's furniture, but they're sharp things, and when you try to drag it out, it hurts you. So that's a very fascinating mindset to have. Like, is looking back always going to be peaceful or loving, or is it always going to be painful and a painful experience for some people? It's a nice play on, you know, words. Like, do you always look back in your memories, you know, joyfully, or do you always have that like bittersweet nostalgia? You know, you kind of miss those people, miss those days. If you're able to put your memory in a physical form, what does that feel like? What is its shape? What's its color? I kind of want them to like go further with that, kind of like to describe it a little bit into detail. That would be absolutely awesome, you know, to like have that described. At first, when they said, aha, I got it, I thought it was a teddy bear. I don't know why teddy bear like came up in my thoughts as they said, oh, I got it. And I could feel it in between my fingers, and it's squishy. And I thought, oh, squishy as in fluffy and cute. But no, it could be an intestine. It could be a beating heart. It is something they had to rip out. So maybe the memory is so painful, they buried it deep. But maybe it's like a beating heart that they had locked away to never experience it again. But yet they have to experience it to remember, to overcome this amnesia. So I like this game. I like this game so far. I think it's a very fascinating experience right off the bat. At first, it's a little bit weird because they mentioned that it was like a bubble, it's a vapor, and like goes poof. Where earlier we considered a very tangible thing that we could like grab and like hold in our hands. So I thought, okay, a little bit of a disconnect here, but you know, it's something I could like overlook. Ooh, ads should be done and over. I'm gonna continue on. Huh? What? I'm covered in sweat, my eyes darting around like flies. The hangover of a deep dream clings to me like glue. In front of me is the blurry shape of a person, a young man. He is staring at me with concern and frustration. Where am I? Who are you? He frowns at me. Okay, the way he's phrasing it. One, he's not surprised. He's annoyed. This had happened before. To the point, he's tired of it. Oh, right. I work. I have a job. Right, and, what do I do? Looking at him now, Fred gives me the impression of a chubby bear. His face almost has a snout. His nose twitches back and forth when he's not talking. Maybe it's dust irritating his nostrils. He pinches the bridge of his nose and closes his eyes. I guess it's not that hard to deduce. There's sewing machines throughout the room, and I'm seated at one. Clearly, I sew. I think I may even have sewn the sweater I'm wearing. I must be good at it too. It's soft and comfy. I guess if it is like a knitting sewing machine, you create the fabric and then you sew up at the sides. I could see that. Feeling the fabric beneath my fingers, the memory feels vivid. I can see myself hunched over a sewing machine, the thread by thread making a new piece of me. Then again, I can see little scars speckled on my fingers. Were they scars of experience or scars of clumsiness? You know, in order to do well, you gotta make mistakes. You gotta get it out of your system, make some mistakes. It's part of the learning process, you know. You won't be able to master anything right off the bat. That's some of the things that most neurospicy people have to remember. You're not going to be perfect or correct at the very beginning. You're going to have to learn, and sometimes learning is through the mistakes that you made. Let's say it was the former. I let a little chuckle and smile. Yeah, I am. Had you going there, huh? In truth, I'm only half kidding. I'm hoping I'll start remembering the other... Oh, God. Sorry, I clicked the right button. But I'm hoping I'll start remembering the other parts once I wake up more. Fred doesn't find the joke quite as funny. Okay, what kind of person am I? Cue credits, we have a name mentioned, Mother Matron. So, Mother Matron is not us. We're doing this for them. So we're sewing for a religious cult? Maybe? And secretly, Fred has a good heart for him to be so patient and tolerant with us. This was really unusual. I basically never get time off. Maybe 3 days a year at most. I can't recall the last time I was ever let off early from a shift either. Okay, definitely confirm sweatshop. This also confirms Mother Matron is corrupt. And he's involved too. I must really look terrible. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take any chance to catch up on sleep. Hi. Morning. Okay. I'll go home. Except, where even is home? Wake up, Lizzie. I sit there for a moment, trying to remember where to go. Yes, sir. That was trauma blocking. It must be trauma blocking. Yep. Oh my god, that's a blast from the past. Yep. Okay. Tinfoil hat theory. Her memory was taken away from her on purpose. And there's a blockage there. On purpose, probably set by someone else. I'm going to work with this theory and let's see if that is the case in this story. Oh, noodle, bedlam. Must have deep meaning. What was that? I'm just tired. Yeah, that's it. Just tired. Already our mental facilities is already merging with this present moment, this memory that we had brought up. It's kind of like working at the same frequency. Well, not frequency, like it's already meshed into the present moment. It's not thinking about the prelude that we had in the story. I don't mind it too much. Wearily, I stumble out of the workshop. I feel the exhaustion in my bones, aches and throbbing pain deeply seated in my flesh. There is a dream-like haze resting on the world around me. It feels unfamiliar. Clearly, this is a place I should know. I work here, supposedly. And yet, I have no idea where I am. I pat my pockets, hoping to find a clue. I found a small notebook. Okay, so Matron's Plaza, Pack Rat is in this area. Forgot, Spruce, No Buy, Market, Bricktown, West Wall. So this must be East Wall. Junks. And our home is in the... whatever that is. The last two scary games I played both revealed around someone's memory being shattered or wiped away. What was the last scary game did I play? Oh, what was it? I do like psychological horror. And sometimes the horror is forgetting. And waking up and realizing, oh no, I'm not standing on my feet. I'm losing my mind. And part of the losing your mind is forgetfulness. But that spurred from Lovecraft, though it's enjoyable to read some of his materials, if you read it far too much, you start noticing his, the undertones of how he sees some people, and I really don't care for it, and eventually got tired of it. A brunette dude had to fight off monsters and escape his own mind. Oh, are you talking about Evil Within? That's what it is. Evil Within. Yeah, that was a trip, and I don't think he forgot. I think he just stumbled into this weird mind hive, and he's trying to figure out, okay, why is this all disconnected here? And he has to fight these monsters both in the physical and mental realm. And that was confusing. Even I had a hard time keeping up with all of that. But yeah, I like, psychological plays like that. I like, unreliable narrators. I certainly have written a unreliable narrator in the first book. Though for everything else, it's not that trippy. I kind of petered out of that for the rest of my series. I open it and start thumbing through. Before long, I find this. A map. Right. I remember better now. I'm in Pack Rat, a place filled to the brim with stuff and junk and things and too few people to manage it all. We all try our best, though. Most resources that get harvested from the massive garbage piles and junks, or from elsewhere within the boarding, are stored here. Some goods like clothing and tools are also manufactured here. So they're like a big recycling center for those who consume and throw things away. And they pick up the scraps of society to work with it, being scraps of society themselves. Every building here in this district, or I should say, society sees them as scraps. I believe that deja vu is one of those things that either you dream of it or you had a vision of it to, like, answer a question you have. And then when you finally experience that moment, you have that answer. It's like a when time step kind of thing. The problem is that sometimes you don't always remember what the prior question was. And it's really annoying. But that's my philosophical take on deja vus. One could not deposit. One can also say that, like, it's a milestone in your life. You know, something that you think about, like, oh, where I'm gonna head in the future, and you just have this, oh, I made it. You know, it could be something as simple as that. There's a lot of theories and speculations around deja vus, and I think it's very fascinating. But I have, like, my own personal view of it. Every building here in this district is some kind of workshop or storage warehouse. Some are packed so full that you risk getting trapped or crushed to death trying to squeeze through. Though fortunately the place I worked was a little roomier. It's overseen by the Headmasters' Union, a group that loves to hoard and knows how to do it well. They know how to make the best use of that space. Okay, headmasters kind of referring to a school. Also, like a board earlier. That's how you learn about Sam? Oh, yeah, because I guess he, like, got into the whole, you know, supernatural deep dives, right? He probably touched on deja vus. I haven't, like, watched his channel, so I'm, like, wandering out loud here. Fred's apparently one of the better ones to have. I wouldn't know. I don't really like him, but something about sewing makes me really happy. It's fun to do. I like the way it feels to carefully make the perfect stitch. I love the sound of the sewing machines. There's something kind about it too. You know you're making something that's gonna keep someone warm and happy. Doesn't that just seem wonderful? Anyways, more broadly speaking, I'm in the boarding. It's the town I call home. It's the only home I ever known. Fascinating that the town is boarding and it's ruled by headmasters. Maybe it was once a school? A town protected by makeshift walls made from whatever was available. Scrap metal, old furniture, repurposed rubble scavenged from the skeleton structures that were here before us. Outside the walls is an endless mazema of fog that obscures things. No one's really seen what's out there, though you can sometimes hear strange sounds if you're on the wall. So this town is isolated, I guess. Forever ago, a group made an excursion outside the walls hoping to find more resources. Maybe other people to help us, or that could join the fold under our Mother Matron. Now, like, I actually had a dream about him years before I knew about him and his friends. Oh, that's so cool. when that video came true in the 2020s, I was freaking out. Like, it's real. There's a man out there that actually looks like that. That looks like, you know, a Backstreet Boys or like a very young Justin Bieber. Yeah. He really looks like a pop idol kid. He really does. Please don't hate me. They never came back, but the mist were silent for a few weeks. So we're alone. It's up to all of us to make the most with the little we have for the collective, for our dear Mother Matron. It's difficult though. It always feels like things are only a few steps away from falling apart. A lot of people to go without. So that's how they keep you. That's how they keep you under their thumb. They create like a constant crisis where you're always scavenging for food. You're always scavenging for warmth. Always trying to make a shelter. It's how they keep you not questioning, not wondering about other things. If you're always in survival mode, you're always going to think of the present moment. Always. And that's how they're able to do whatever they want to do to you and everyone else because you're so busy just trying to survive. He used to look like a nerd and I miss it. I saw pictures online. I was like, oh, I like it. I really like it. I remember having a deja vu like 3 weeks ago, a few weeks ago. Yeah, roughly around that time, like before I really got sucked into edits. I had a deja vu of seeing this YouTube short of this really fiery redhead gal talking about something or like showcasing something. And it was really cool. And I thought, oh wow, I have like deja vu over this YouTube short. I've never had it before. And I don't know when and where I had previously remembered this. And I keep racking my brain like, what does this mean? Like, where is this coming from? So, for right now, I'm just going to see how things play out and eventually I'll remember it, I guess. But she released that YouTube short that day, and I think like a few hours before like I managed to see it in my algorithm. Deja vus are fascinating, and have it like interchange with, not interchange, intertwine. Oh god, there's a word where like two worlds you never expect intersect. There we go, the word intersect. You never expect, you know, something like a weird phenomena intersect with something like virtual before. And it's fascinating how that like happens. Intersect. Interconnected could also like be a close second, I guess. Not everyone gets along either, even with how important it seems for all of us to stick together and support the collective. See this sentence right here? They want them to fight against each other. They don't want them to rise up and improve their living conditions. To put it in another way, if I had to describe this place, I guess I say it's like a half-empty glass filled with dirty water. Fragile, too. Does that make any sense? Okay, going a little meta there. Well, it does to me anyways. Metaphors weren't important right now. I have a rough idea where I'm going, though the detail on the map leaves something to be desired. Thanks, pass me. I'll figure it out. My memory's just hazy for being so tired. So her house lies in the shipyard in the south. And so I pick a direction and start walking. The journal has been unlocked. Whenever the journal icon is shown in the top right, you can click it. Yay! My shoes are old and worn, offering a meek defense against the hard ground. The streets bend and curve in ways don't make much sense to me, like they twist inwards on themselves. I swear, if I was to map them out, I would find a trail that goes straight through buildings I walked past before. It feels lonely walking by myself, though I can hear some small signs of life around me. The sound of people lifting and moving things, machines, yelling, crying, sounds of pain. Don't focus it on, Lizzie. You know that's bad for you. You know you can't handle it. And besides, everyone has to do their part. Everyone has to go through hardship or taught from the first week that it's vital to your soul. Okay, getting into like spiritual overtones here. May your spirit grow like the calluses on working hands or on the soles of your feet. So the Mother Matron says. Okay, fascinating emblem here. Looks like a Z and a circle and a line through it. In other words, what doesn't kill you make you stronger. You grow through adversity. And by the end of everything, you're the best person you can be. As all the hard parts of your life, a kind of silver lining. Or at least that's what I take from it. It's one of the mother's lessons that we're all exposed to early on. I think because it helps prepare you for life here. Oh, I accidentally stepped on a rat. I will not just squeak, I will squawk. There, below the street, is a tunnel full of murky water and thousands of rats, scurrying for a dear life through endless canals. I doubt the poor things even know where they're going. Rat race. It's a rat race. Under her feet. The one I stepped on somehow managed to climb its way out of the grating, but I managed to scare it back from where it came. Looked different than rats usually do. It looked cute even. I kind of feel awful. That poor thing deserves a better life. Aw, thanks, Amber. That was sweet. Dinner last night was pork chops, some salad, and I think like some mashed potatoes. Not homemade mashed potatoes, just like put water in it, heat it, fluff it up, and then you have it, like instant mashed potatoes. It's not that bad. Under the streets of the boardings, a network of tunnels designed to funnel the endless swarm of rats underneath our feet. The water flows, and the rats fight and wrestle each other to bridge the surface for oxygen. They almost form a net of bodies. A constant struggle. Okay, this is fascinating. Of a depiction here. Only the mother is dressed and clothed. Usually in like religious paintings, everyone has clothing on except for like Michelangelo, because Michelangelo likes the body and form. He's a sculptor after all. Spinach and cheese ravioli. That sounds good. And pesto sauce. I don't know if I'm the type of person who likes pesto. Maybe if it has like a lemony, tangy zest in it. Ads are gonna kick in, so I'm gonna leave it here for now. I am hoping sometime soon to bake a cranberry dessert bread. I'm waiting for this one ingredient to come in, and then I'll be able to put it together. You know, if I'm too busy tomorrow, I might be able to stream it on Monday for all of you. Find a way to like set it up so I could like show you like me baking it. Maybe that would be nice. And I'll leave the storytelling like on Wednesday. I have the ingredient page right here. It came from the New York Times. Oh, orange cranberry loaf. They wanted to use like fresh oranges. Even though I do have some oranges in the house, they're like really tiny, like small oranges. I'm just going to use the zest I already have in the cabinet and just do some OJ. It's not going to be the same. The sugar level is going to be off. But I won't go through the majority of oranges that we have in the fridge. And this zest, it will actually like work. I think what I also have to do is rehydrate the zest and make sure that it's not going to absorb some of the water from the recipe. Now, I normally substitute sugar with honey. Because there's a cup of granulated sugar, but I think the granulated sugar is just for the for decoration. Let's see. Oh no, you put the sugar in. You put the sugar in. So if I want to change the sugar, I probably would just use the honey and then figure out the ratio of how much less water I have to use. Mandarin oranges are your fave? Oh, ribs in Jack Daniels. That was cooked with Jack Daniels. Okay, that's cool. That sounds nice. Okay, we're back. So this portrait is weird because most religious paintings, you know, at least in Christian iconography, everyone's clothed or like has some sort of clothing flying off them in like a stylized kind of fashion. To have her only clothed and them to be naked is really telling that these people are either like one, way too poor to have clothing, or like they're considered lesser than Mother Matron because they don't have clothes. Or maybe, you know, she considers them like babes or children not having clothes. There's something really off. It really just shows that one, there's no like equal footing here. Two, like she's made of a different cloth. That's what I was thinking of. She's made of a different cloth. And she's wearing clothing to begin with. They don't have anything. She does. Also note, no halo. There's no halo here. It's said that the river was a gift from the Mother Matron to help sustain the growing population that developed during the boarding's early days. Spraying from the ground like a geyser. It's not really clear where the river extends to. She was there at the founding of the town? How long has this town been around? At the start, the river was small. Then it grew. Then it began to flood homes. The rats began eating people alive. It was almost a war. The tunnels were made to keep them at bay. Thousands and thousands of rats compacted against each other, covered in water, unknown slimes, and mother knows what else. Thick, gross clumps in their fur. Our primary source of meat and water is this endless river of rats. She didn't think of eating it. She didn't think of eating the rat. Okay. I think one of the worst jobs you can have here is to be a rat catcher. You spend all day using spheres to poke rats out in bunches. The most desperate use their hands, which is an awful idea. No one thinks of using nets? Get a net! They're flying downstream. Get a net. Catch them all up. You have a haul. You can feed people. Heck, if people are really starving and having issues, have a field day. Open up the tunnels. And just, eat through them. Seriously, if that is your food source, why let yourself starve? It's there. Just get it. And you could do in bunches. The rats that get pulled out alive get handed to workers with clubs and hammers, and they, it's bloody and disgusting. And then the butchers had to rend the flesh and sort it. I couldn't do it. I don't like the idea of killing. I really don't like it. I've seen what it looks like for the life to drain out of living eyes. It makes it hard to sleep. Okay, so memory unlock, even though it's an unpleasant memory. Also explain why she just put the rat back down there. I can eat meat, but I don't really like looking at it when it's not cooked. I don't like to think about it, about where it came from. Does that make me a hypocrite? Probably. The hunger's overwhelming, though. Plus, the Mother Matron made this river for us. It would be disrespectful to not use it. There's also a complicated system of diverting tunnels and filters to help get de-ratted water. Nummy. Oh. I also think of the pestilence. They're really on the knife's edge. This water is supposed to go through treatment to make sanitary, but the efficiency can be questionable depending on the day, who's working the cleaning, and what supplies are on hand. Where are they getting the supplies? Is it imported? Are they really that isolated, or is this a need-to-know basis? Can they actually create it all in one in this town? Because there is a shipyard. Maybe they're isolated on land, but maybe not by sea. Because in the map, there was a shipyard. So, maybe that's where they get their supplies? I don't want to think about this anymore. I decide to keep walking. Also, really good analogy of the rat race. Working hard, hustling all the time, scraping by to make ends meet. Going through the hoops. This place, it's hard to see. There's a thick fog here. I forgot what this place was called. Oh, that's literally it. Ah! It's called Forgot. The name came from a guy that got domed by a porcelain dog that fell from the sky in chunks. He was in the same state of mind I've been in today, I guess. Stupid how that works. It's been a while since I've been here. I never like to come here If it wasn't for Spruce, I would just stay out. I'm not superstitious or anything. The fog doesn't scare me. I'm not even really worried about AC gang losers trying to attack me. Okay, so another thing we're remembering. They've been causing trouble in the area more than usual recently. No, just, well, not very good memories. I have been okay if I don't remember anything about the time I spent here. I used to live here. It wasn't bad for a time, but then Bloody Friday happened. Something in the place changed for me after that was over. I could never sleep. Living in the shipyard sucks, but at least I can sleep there. I find Spruce's clinic and head inside. Okay, this is nice. What they like, the birds and the colors for their tails. It's nice. Healthy eating, healthy living with colors. Even though the rest of this place is like absolutely dreary. Hello? Spruce? You're here? I sit down on a stiff chair with minimal padding. It makes my tailbone ache, but I'll endure it. Spruce is a sweet person. She's a healer. Some say a miracle worker. Some say Mother Matron. Okay. I've seen her under pressure. I've seen her pull so many people from the brink of death. She's simply the best there is. If she can't fix you up, you're probably out of luck. People with minor issues usually visit her apprentices for care, while Spruce handled those in critical need. Spruce and I have been friends for a long time. We met during the Bloody Friday massacre. Okay, so this is just flooding of memories. The more she comes into these places, interact with objects, the more it's coming to her. Okay, so not entirely an amnesiac. It's just slow going. We met during the Bloody Friday massacre. The ACs and a handful of smaller gangs raided what used to be the market square. The gangs wanted to use their collective power in numbers and perchance for violence to secure themselves the biggest pool of resources possible. They were optimistic that they could funnel all the limited wealth in the boarding into their pockets. They succeeded in taking the region and driving everyone out, but their excessive force and violence left very little behind for them to claim. They didn't get nearly as much as they wanted. Many of the buildings there were burnt down. They weren't going to let that stop them from making the space their new home, though. Everyone's glad that those cruel jerks stay in their own space now, but I wonder for how long. Anyways, during that mess, I helped out with tending to the wounded. Spruce and I got to know each other a lot during that time. She wanted me to join her as an apprentice, but I couldn't stomach it after what we went through. Okay, so a gentle soul. You know, not the sort of person that likes violence, of course, dealing with the gangs and the uprisings. Makes sense, but no longer has the constitution after what had happened, which is totally understandable. It's amazing that they're remembering all of this all at once as soon as they enter the place. Must be really exhausting. It was too much for me. I never wanted to see anything like that ever again. Any day now. Any day now. Ah, there she is finally. Okay. Only real person, real image here. The hospital is real-ish. Well, okay, so is the sewing factory, now I think about it. That's pretty typical of visual novels. You know, you have like real world places and they will like put filters on it or like adjust it with some Photoshop. But since we already know that they have like drawn characters, like hand drawn, people, this is the first time we're seeing someone with a photographic image. So maybe she's the real one. But I'm gonna like put that in the back burner. Let's keep in mind that this happened here. Maybe there's a reason. Guess not. I passed out at work today. Fred gave me the day off. Pretty sure he'll kill me though if I'm not back by tomorrow. She doesn't want to waste time. Oh, she doesn't waste time. She checks my blood pressure, pulse, shines a light down my ears, nose, and mouth, lightly strikes a mallet on my knee, the works. I'll look around the room. It's different from the last time I visited. I'm amazed you found the time to decorate the place. It's looking good. That's a creepy way of putting it. Oh, we're right! Phoenixes! They were birds. Nice. I look towards the bonehead at the side of the room. Oh, okay, the skeleton. We're just using some slang here. What about him? Is that a real skeleton? Spruce checks my heartbeat and my lungs using a stethoscope. I think she expects me to laugh, but I don't. She shoots me an apologetic glance. I let it go. I know she didn't mean to upset me. She nods and put down the stethoscope. I'm a little sore, but I think that's just from overworking. Maybe bad posture and being tired. How about you forgot who you are? How about some memory loss? Like you didn't recognize anyone? You barely recognized yourself? You barely remembered your name? That tired? I've also been seeing things. Sometimes I'll be just standing there or sitting there and the world suddenly shifts. Like right before my eyes, it turns into something horrible. Horrible sounds, flesh growing where it shouldn't be, things that aren't really there. My heart starts beating really fast and I freeze, terrified. And just like that, the world's back to normal, and I'm panicking over nothing. My dreams are really strange, too. When I woke up at the workshop, I even forgot where I was. Okay, there we go, finally. An honest Lizzie. Though we haven't noticed the strange shapes and stuff like that. Like the shifts in reality. That hasn't happened to us yet. You don't believe me, do you? She shakes her head. Wasn't what she meant. But Spruce stops herself, then simply shakes her head. What's in it? She puts her finger to her lips. Shh. She's lucky I trust her implicitly. Thanks, Bruce. No, I think that's it. Fred and me gave some days off to go sleep, so I'll go do that once I leave. To the Mumbler Shack, you mean? So she has a similar condition to the Mumblers. No, not at all. I grab the bucket, which is full of some carefully assembled sandwiches wrapped in paper, and head out. Okay, I'm speculating that maybe there's some sort of disease, bacteria, virus, or some sort of chemical byproduct that somehow is affecting the nervous system. And it's spreading, and she got it. But I still feel like when she reached back to a certain memory, it was blocked off. So I feel like there's a little bit of psychological manipulation. Like the Bang Sensei kind of like vibes going on. I exit through the back door, which takes me to a yard with a shed. It has been repurposed to be a bunkhouse. I never liked coming back here, I'm ashamed to say. It's always good to help the mumblers, but the things they say, just endless word salad. If you try to parse what they're saying, it's always something you wish you could unhear. The expressions on them too, beyond desperate. Their stare can pierce right through you. Some people think they might be contagious. There's nothing to suggest that, but I take a deep breath and open the door. Hello? Here to drop off lunch? The bunk room is cramped, but it's clean at least. The beds that weren't in use were all made. I know Spruce has struggled to get the right space to treat them all in the past. It's difficult to keep them around regular patients. It scares people. There was a smell in the air that makes my nose wrinkle a little, though. Urine? Then there's the sound. Their voices. They never stop talking until their vocal cords give out, or when they sleep. The cacophony makes me shiver. I know these people need help, but I had a hard time with this. None of them seem to really notice me. They're lost in their own nightmare loops. Poor things. These people deserve better. So going from the rat, oh, this rat deserves better. These mumblers deserve better. When are we going to start thinking we, ourselves, the protagonists, deserves better? This is apparently what happens to people who get selected to become surveyors. You know about the surveyors, right? They're the Mother Matron's chosen. She's still around to select people. Or at least someone is using her as a front to select people. I still feel like she's around somehow. But I don't know. She selects handfuls of us every once in a while for some mysterious grand purpose. She sends them underground to the crepuscle. People usually don't make it back, but the ones that do. You can see the effect that place has. At least one At least on the ones that made it back home alive. I shudder to consider what could have happened to the ones that didn't. I can only hope that they passed on peacefully, swift and painless. So, we all know this is bad. Why is everyone... I guess it's like the Resident Evil village. They wouldn't think she was a bad guy. Even though people are coming back like this. Someone would have stepped up and say something. I ponder almost if dying would be preferable to what the Muddlers go through now. They're alive, but can you call this living? And these ones here in Spruce's care are the lucky ones. Many don't get the help they need. Some are hurt, bullied, killed at least once. People call them wastes of space, drains on ever-dwindling resources, mouths to feed that can't contribute anything meaningful, or so the people say. But they're people. They didn't choose this to be so broken. They need help. They need love. I would want people to take care of me if I ended up like this. I don't know. Maybe that line of thinking will lead us to starve to death someday. I would like to think that it's preferable to die helping everyone than living because you compromise your love for others. Anyways, I've been kind of standing here holding the bucket, lost in thought. My arm is shouting at me to give it a break. I drop the bucket in the middle of the room. Will they come out and get it themselves? I leave, gently closing the door behind me. I get my medicine from Spruce on the way out of the shed and head home. Maybe it's this paradox, well, not paradox, but like this mentality that if it doesn't affect you personally, you wouldn't do anything about it. And that if it's not someone you know, if it's not someone who's in your immediate family of friends, you normally would turn a blind eye to it. And maybe that's what's going on here. It's dark by the time I make it back home. Was I really out that long? Time doesn't feel consistent here. Sometimes I wonder if the night has a mind of its own. I can feel my body shutting down every step closer I get to my house. How embarrassing would that be to pass out right outside of my door? I fish in my pocket for my door key. Do we have a door key? Come on. I really don't like being out at night. Just an open up, you. Ah, there we go. We also support Mother Matron in this place. Home, stinky home. Ooh, kind of seeing some of the paint chipping off here. It always smells like sewage here. The whole shipyard does, but it's home. I'm used to it by now. It's so dark. Do I even want to bother lighting candles? Sometimes I read before I go to bed, but I don't think I could focus right now. Okay, wealthy enough to have a book? No, I think it's a better idea to go right to bed. Huh. Our bed is just a mattress on the floor, but yet we're able to read. Huh. What's that? The sigil of the Mother Matron, or Matron Mother. Resting on top of my bed is a paper envelope with a red wax seal emblazoned with the matron's mark. Oh, so we're going to be part of the experiments. My heart sinks to the bottom of a deep, dark canyon inside me, and bile begins to bubble and churn violently in my stomach. I reach to pick up the envelope, hoping that it's an illusion, an exhaustion-induced hallucination. It's not. It's real. It's real as can be. Everyone knows about the letters with the red seal. They say it's the worst, most horrible piece of paper you could ever own in your entire life. Okay, so she saved them by giving them rats. She creates this flood, and they're contained in the sewers. Her location is based in the sewers, way, 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 way down there. No one is seen when they go for summons, for surveyors. And they come out like a mumbling mess, but everyone like treats them poorly. But they never go to the source, which is the Mother Matron. And yet people don't want to have this letter. Like, when are we going to take her out? Like, why don't we all just go down, get some pitchforks and torches, gather some people to go and raid down there in the sewers, hunt her out, bag some rats for food, and get rid of her? Like, eventually enough is enough. Ooh, ads are happening right now, so I'm going to pause here. I guess that's just the action adventure side of me. I watch way too many fantasy and like TV shows. I would not think that people will tolerate this. Now, for this protagonist, you know, she's a little bit passive, which is great, you know, for the story. We kind of want someone who's a little bit passive, you know, reacting to the situation. And for the most part, you know, she already has a little bit of a mental illness kind of situation, like very gentle of a person living in this really dark, horrible space. But I feel like she's on the verge of understanding, no, I do deserve better. Everyone deserves better. We need to change. It's always on the verge and it never comes through. So I'm really expecting that. Or then again, this is a horror story. Maybe she succumbs to, you know, becoming a mumbler, maybe. Is this a protagonist that's going to rise up like a hero arc, or is this a protagonist that like continues to delve, you know, getting closer and closer to the lie, just like 1985 or 1984? Sorry, 1984. The 5 just rhymes. I think the ads are over, so I'm going to go ahead and continue. My hands are shaking like crazy. I peel the seal off. It feels like I'm pulling off a scab. I undo it and remove the letter inside. I unfolded it. It's too dark to read. I rush to get my box of matches. My shaky hands waste 3 trying to get a flame going. I quickly start reading. My dear... Oh. There's a lot of things that start with a letter C. A lot of things. But it's not that kind of string. Okay, hold on. I gotta lock in a little bit. Seeing you and your siblings grow through the years, always my special delight. I give so much of myself every day to ensure all of you remain safe and secure. So she considered the populace related. They're her children. Okay. Can I do everything on my own? I wonder what's in the selection process. Because it's not physical strength. It's not like selecting people who are physically equipped for combat. It's someone who's already mentally, unstable or vulnerable. I really hope this is not going to become, this is the fabled hero who has to choose between saving the world or which boyfriend to have. I really hope we don't go into this narrative. It's supposed to be a horror, game. The match burns my fingertips. I barely notice. I let it drop to the ground where it dies on the concrete. There's no way. I've been good, haven't I? I've helped the collective as much as I can. So why? I stared at the painting on my wall. Out of every person here that could have ever been selected, she ends up picking me. My mind is back to the mumblers in Spruce's clinic, those people stuck in an endless droning madness that consumes everything about them. Entire people with dreams and personalities erased and gone forever, like they're simply dust blown off of a shelf. Why? Why me? I try so hard. I try so hard to do what I thought the Mother Matron will want for me. So why? Why is she sending me to die? No. This can't be happening. Not to me. No, not to me. No, no, no. Okay, we kind of know what this is. Oh, that's a little bit wild. Empty glass. Ah, I'm back here. Did I die? Kind of abrupt, to be honest. Oh my god, this is great! What the? What is this thing? We're seeing some intestines. It can hear my thoughts. Okay. You know what? Let me go ahead and play this out, and then I'll tell you my thoughts. Pardon my language, but what is the fuck is this thing talking about? And why does it kind of look like me? It ignores me. It steps around to the side of me. What are you doing? It messes with something behind me. I feel a pinch at the base of my skull. The slurping sound grows faster. Oh, it's kind of like the Matrix. I jolt upright, gasping for air. I'm covered in sweat. It's morning. I have 3 theories about who that entity is. 1, it could be the Mother Matron experimenting on her. She just self-superimpose her own image on her. Not believing at all, who this Mother Matron is. Somehow, in some way. 2, that is her internal manifestation of anger. This is kind of like part of her personality that decided to be angry at like what's going on, or like has a different type of mindset that we're working with currently right now. Not this naive, innocent part of this character, but more of the subversive, everything sucks, like maliciousness that goes on. But it's also like very clear and understanding about like what's happening. They just kind of twist it in their own view and light. It is a harsh reality that she is living in. Nothing's fair, nothing's just. So maybe it's part of her personality that's angry. Like, hey, let's snap out of this. 3, this could be the block. Because we had these weird symbols happening when she tries to remember something when she woke up in the sewing room. And she tries to recall back to who she was. And she got that block. That entity could be the manifestation of that block. I can't wait to see like how this goes. I'm really excited. I can't wait. I jump upright, gasping for air, uncovered in sweat. It's morning. I also have a running suspicion about this. About like what we're experiencing right now. We're considering it like a memory. We're like getting into this story that we're creating, and it's all a memory. We're tapping into it. So, is this memory accurate? That's so cool and juicy. I feel a sharp pain in my shoulder. Laying on the hard floor for those hours probably wasn't great for my body. I sit there on the ground, frozen for a while before reality hits me again. The Mother Matron has made her decision. My life as I know it is over. My stomach feels like it wants to crawl out of my throat. I have to go somewhere. I have to get my bearings. I have to get out of this room, move my legs, anything to get this panic to settle down. I decided to go to the wall. Some people find it strange, but I like visiting the wall sometimes. A lot of people are frightened by it. It's a little peaceful. The noise the mist makes is off-putting, but so far nothing's ever happened to me just standing up here. I can just stare out into the distance at the blanket of clouds, its surface twisting and fading into the open air. It feels like it stretches for hundreds of miles. I realize I forgot to get rid of one of my tabs here. There we go. My world is very small, but up here feels so much bigger. It feels like I can actually breathe. I stare out into the twisting clouds. They're beautiful. They're almost like a giant bed. I lean over the railing. You hear that noise? same thing like the nurse, but like with a really heavy filter. Really like stark contrast and everything. I don't recommend jumping, miss. Ah! I flinch and turn. There's a strange guy, a little thin. His eyes look tired. Ah! He doesn't look tired. He doesn't look tired. He has cropped hair. Relax, relax. Sorry, don't mean to startle you. Just didn't want you to make a horrible mistake is all. Oh, no, it's fine. I appreciate the concern. I wasn't planning on jumping, though. I just enjoy the view. He nods and smiles at me. I look away from him, back out to the distance. Ah, you do, eh? Rare to meet someone else that sees the beauty. That wouldn't be the word I use, but I get what he means. Something about the sight of it just kind of puts me at ease. Is it something special, isn't it? What's your name, miss? Part of me doesn't want to tell him my name, but what does it matter at this point? I won't be here for much longer, anyway. Lizzie. Crozier. Nice to meet you. We stare in silence. You're going to be one of the last people I ever meet. Huh? What makes you say that? I got selected. I'm going to be a surveyor. Oh, I'm so sorry. He rubs his palms together. He doesn't know what to do with himself. How best to respond to the situation. He understands the gravity immediately. Wouldn't wish it on anybody. What about me would make me a good candidate for this? I mean, look at me. I'm a below average person at best. I make clothes and I sleep all the time. I'm not the heroic type. She's supposed to be also knowing and wise. What's her criteria? Sorry, that was hard for me to say. What do the surveys even do anyway? Why has she needed so many? Send someone else to die, not me. I feel a drop on my hand. I think I'm crying. Oh, it's kind of like being drafted. A little bit of that. I don't bring a hanky with me. I'm sorry. Don't tell me it's gonna be alright. Don't you dare. Just don't. He just staring at me with a dumb expression on his face. Come on, say something else, man. Either leave or find something to say if you're just gonna stand there. Sorry. Oh, okay, so maybe that's a little bit of a mistake. Was that our thought, or did we actually say that? Wait. This game! I love this game now. Wait, did I say that out loud? Huh? Oh crap, that's my bad. That was meant to be an inside thought. It's okay, I get it, I really do. Listen, I don't know what the Mother Matron is thinking. I won't pretend I understand. I don't think anyone besides her can understand, really. But maybe there's a method to the madness. Maybe you bring something unique to the table that was missing before. Maybe something about who you are gives a perspective that has always been needed to survive down there. Some talent yet to be seen. You know what? I bet you'd be the first to make it back alive. I think you're gonna save everyone. What makes you say that? What reason could you possibly have? Do I need a reason? I just believe it. I got a good feeling about you. Call it your aura. You're serious? Yeah, you got aura. That doohickey that is around your body and just kind of like shines. The aura kind of thing. What does that even mean? Well, I look at you, talk to you, and feels like I'm standing next to a fireplace. Even when you're sad like that. Maybe the key to surviving the coldest of hells is to have a fire in your heart. You talk a lot of nonsense, Yeah, maybe. It did make me smile, though. So thank you. I think I needed that. He tips a pretend hat at me in an exaggerated gesture. Glad to oblige. That smile's the warmest part of you. No, I'm not blushing. You're blushing. Listen, I won't keep you longer. I know you got some big decisions to make. Just don't throw your life away, okay? No matter how scared you are. I won't. Thanks for talking to me. He smiles and waves at me before walking off. He looks like he's hiding a limp. It's rare these days that you meet a kind stranger like that. I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about trying to run away, or something a little more permanent. That's not the answer, though. He was right. I have to choose life. I can't just wallow and cry, even if that's all I want to do. Okay, I used some of her voice dialogue in the thought dialogue there, so apologies. I head back home one last time. I look at this crappy little space of mine. It wasn't much, but it was mine. It was home. It was the place I could run away to. I hadn't been able to sleep since Bloody Friday until I moved here. I actually started to dream again, even if they were strange. I wonder if the dreams were like the prelude. It felt like my life was turning to something nice for once. It was nice while it lasted, I guess. No, stop that. I can't think like that. The odds may be against me, but I have to try my best. I have to try my hardest to find a way. For my sake. For everyone's. I'm going to save everyone like the Mother Matron wants. I have to save everyone. But what is it? What are we fighting against? What is the experiments? Keeping that goal in mind is the only thing that's going to get me through this. Where to start, though? I guess the first thing I could think of is to go find those two boys the letter mentioned. Even though you're selected as a survivor, it doesn't guarantee you're alive by the time you receive the letter. For all I know, I may be paired up with two corpses. I had to find them. And make sure we all can make it to the tower in one piece. After some thinking, I decided that a good place to start would be by asking my neighbor sisters. Okay. A little bit odd. They're a pair of twins named Janine and Katie. I like to think we're pretty good friends, and I was glad to have them as my neighbors. I approached their front stoop. Katie was reading from a book with a faded cover, while her sister painted her nails in jet black nail polish. Voice acting here. Okay, so maybe the dude that was animated along with a matron mother, maybe they're the exception. Maybe this is how we always going to see people. I always forget how nose-blind I've become to this place, honestly. Petey Puff, thank you so much for the 3 streak. 3 streak. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Playing a spooky indie game called For Mother Matron. If I have enough time today, I may dive into the cancel. This is really good. I feel like this is a twist on the Matrix here. Oh, Janine doesn't care. But does Katie cares, or does she care about being proper? Ooh, nowhere could find pucks and or rich. Finally, we have choices. And we all know what that is. They don't always use rats then. Huh. Okay. That's another negative sound. So I wonder if we're going off track here already. I try to peer over her shoulder and read the book along with her, but the position is awkward. Kitty can't help but notice. Kitty looks up at me, smiles, and shrugs as if to say, "It's nothing that interesting, but go ahead." She hands me the book, keeping her hand on the page she was on. I carefully grab it so she doesn't lose her place. The cover is nondescript, save for some initials on the spine. It might have had a dust jacket or something before that bore the title. But that's long gone, I'm sure. Okay, ads should be kicking in. I'm just going to read this during the ads. Nyx all-night birthed many children of her own. Oh, Greek mythology. While much of her progeny have endured lasting legacies, none have been so reviled as the twins of despair. So shameful to be cast into the dark spaces of memory where their presence would offend no one. Oasis the miserable and Momus the disgraced. Oasis was born first, a girl with thin skin and weak bones. Her smile brought fear and discomfort to all who saw. The sight of suffering was her wine. Nyx left her in a far-off secluded abode of her own. Only something, something, something. Second came Momus, the hideous boy that found the world he lived in just as hideous. Never knew when to shut his mouth. Everything was a farce to him. He could keep no friends, as he could not stop himself from tearing them down with his words. One day, he saw something so foul that the gods threw him off to the side of Olympus and urinated off the same ledge. None care to worship their names. They have faded from mortal memory save for this record, which serves to preserve their shame for eternity. May their crimes never be blah 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 blah. I have a hard time following lots of names I don't recognize. And I'll pause here. I thought it was going to be a fairly, shallow... Well, not really shallow, like a very entertaining, not really deep, indie game. I thought it was going to be, a little bit shallow. Oh, it's body horror. This person, is confused. Let's go ahead and just do whatever we want and not connect the dots or whatever. And no, it's doing a really good job in connecting the dots in the plot with the story. It's making sense in a way. A lot better sense than Evil Within. I could tell you that. The analogies are nice. I love this game so far. It talks of a woman named Nyx and her reviled children. It's kind of scary sounding, honestly. Must be some kind of fantasy novel or something. Doubt it has much relevance to my situation. It's a Greek mythology. I smile and hand the book back to Katie. Let's see. I'm not going to say you could have my stuff when I leave. I'm just going to... No, I have everything I need and just go. Maybe that's just the sound of whenever I make a decision. There's a lump in my throat. I swallow and talk through it. Suddenly, Katie embraces me tightly. After a moment, she looks at me with twinkling, moist eyes. She holds me for a moment longer, burying her face in my chest. Before she can stain it with tears, she pulls back. I can't think of the right words to say, so I simply smile at her and say thank you. Janine gives me a gentle wave. It's subtle, but I know there's something she really does. I know that's something she really does for people. She's not going to hold her breath, though. The atmosphere was chaotic as people rushed in and out to throw their allowances away. My senses bombarded by the endless chatter and so many smells that it became hard to pick up one apart from the other. Through the crowd, I slipped to what I hope is the west side. I keep my eyes wide. They said I'll know her when I see her somehow. It doesn't take long. I find her quickly, rather I hear her. I love the voice acting in this game too. This is giving Sweetie Todd. The demon barber. Really, really giving me that. Then she finds me, her eyes staring directly into my own. Against my better judgment, I step towards the stand. Why is it a lady with a Karen cut selling meats? Oh, why is it not like a lady with long hair? Why is it this? So, you're meeting Marissa. I've been looking for you. Before I say anything, the strange girl dangles a big fat slab of meat in front of my face. Mystery meat. What am I looking at? This doesn't look like it came from a living being that I have ever seen before. Too big to be a rat? It's definitely not bug smash. Could be human, right? No way. I've seen what a cut up person looks like back during the massacre. Nothing looks quite like that. What kind of meat is that? Do we don't have to know, Ricochet. No, thank you. Move on. That doesn't explain anything. No, I mean, like, where is it from? No, what I mean is, it doesn't look like red meat or any other kind of meat I've seen. To come think of it, it looks strange. She puts a finger to her lips. How are they investing? She thrusts a long piece of paper in front of my face. Apparently, it's full of real reviews by her customers, handwritten. Unique. Tastes like nothing else. Not the worst I had. I would describe it as edible. A journey into Flavor Town. I must taste. Eat it right now if you can. She withdraws the review scroll. Oh my god, the voice acting is wild. 30 trucks. No way, that's worth it. And yet I'm not saying no. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's good. Say no! Say no! Say no! To survive, you need to act fast and think quickly. The penalty for running it out depends on the situation. Oh my god, can I just say no? Sometimes it may result in death. And other... Okay, we're gonna have to save. We're saving. In other instances, Lizzie will have to rely on her gut as she might make choices you don't want. You may adjust the intensity of your experience. While we're at it, do you know how to save your game? Yeah, I just did it. Oh my god, this keeps going on. Let me choose. Absolutely not. It slips out. I slap myself in the face. What the hell's wrong with me? No way. I decide to move on and just get what I came there for. Okay, it skips something. No, I'm good, thanks. I'm actually here for... The enthusiastic girl chops a small morsel off the slab. The cut looks smooth. Then suddenly she struggles with it. She has to see it for the second. She has to saw it for a second before it comes loose. She sets the knife down and clasps her hands together. She sticks the hunk on a fork, extending it towards me. A dribble of slime falls and splats on the floor. Consistency of oil. Well, she did say this bite is free. I do like free food. I'm just gonna say no. No, I don't want any. Listen, I just need some information. I really need to find someone. The girl's expression turned sour. Listen, please. I really need your help. I'd rather not tell her, but I don't see another way forward. I'm leaning close to afford myself a measure of privacy. I was selected to be your surveyor. The girl strokes her chin. Her expression has changed subtly. She first saw me as a rube. Now she sees me with pity. I'll pay it. Thank you. Here, take your money. I'm looking for 2 boys. One is named Hux. The other name is Rich. They're the boys I'm supposed to meet. I have to make sure they're even alive. She nods understandingly. Does she understand that they're surveyed also? Did her eyelashes just flutter? Suddenly she remembers that she's actively being watched by another human being. That's odd. The bunkhouses are right near the border between Fort God and Nobi. Aren't they encroaching on Spruce's territory? The Friend Shed is kind of a local legend. They say there was a lonely kid that used to hang out near a shed in Nobi, back when it was the old market. The shed was locked up tight and no one has ever been inside of it, and yet this lonely kid one day heard a voice coming from it. Someone alive, stuck in there, just wanted to have a friend to talk to. The lonely kid spent all of his time up there at the Friend Shed, playing and laughing and talking with a friend all day long. He got picked on for what happened to others, just as him just talking to himself. Any attempt he made to prove that there was a voice in the shed ended in failure, with the voice remaining silent when anyone else was around. The kid didn't need to be believed, though. He had the friend he wanted. But then one day, somehow, the shed was unlocked. The kid went inside and was never heard from again. People say that it was a flesh-eating monster that could mimic a human's voice, and it was trying to lure the kid inside. Spooky. Probably something worse. A serial killer. It's hard to verify the story, though. The shed people identified as the one from the legend was raised in the Bloody Friday massacre. I'm sure people are curious, but checking it would require going through heavy gang territory. It's really dangerous. I'm sure the kid was real. Urban legends have usually had a small nugget of truth in them somewhere. However, I think what really happened to him was that a trip with the AC gang might have simply killed him while trying to rob him. They hid the body, and since the kid didn't have many friends, no one looked. No one tried to find where he was buried, and so his fate instead became part of the tapestry of a legend. That's my suspicion, anyways. Spruce is the unofficial mayor of Forgot, and she's backed by a peacekeeping institution that calls themselves her Clovers. Given the AC's violent tendencies in selling of drugs, they don't get along. And so for her to allow them to look around Forgot is really abnormal. Something terrible must have happened if she's willing to give them inches. Explains why there has been more AC gang activity in Forgot lately. Surprised I didn't hear about any of this until now. I see. Anyways, back to Rich. Can you tell me where he lives? I hand her my hand-drawn map. She furrows her brow a little at it, but regardless marks the spot with an X. I understood her, though. Living adjunct is a hazard to life. You don't have to say all that. Anyways, I think I have what I need for now. Thank you so much for your help, Marissa. Okay, so she did end up helping us in the end. We didn't have to eat the mystery meat. I made my way back to Forgot. The lack of detail on my map makes it hard to find exactly where Marissa designated, but I eventually managed to pinpoint it. At least I think this is it. It better be. I opened the door. Careful not to make noise, I gently closed the door behind me. I have no interest in being hassled by the ACs. I just want to find Rich and get out of here. I gotta get out and fast. Oh, gotta get in and out fast. Sorry. This place feels big, though. Bigger than it looked on the outside. It's a TARDIS! What could be hiding here? Hopefully just Rich. The walls are scuffed and filthy with peeling paint that flakes off like petals on a dying flower. I must smell of mold, and mother knows how many years of dust that's been clinging for dear life, waiting for the living to send it flying. Less graffiti than I had expected, though. Well, now, there's something. The entrance hallway terminates in this odd junction between rooms, a small set of stairs leading to darkness. The mother's marks have been painted on the wall above in spatters of red paint. At least, I hope it's paint. I really do not like this place. Something about it makes the hairs on my neck stand at attention. I feel like a rat caught in the market. Immediately, I regret not having Sorry, I'm having a hard time with the sentence. I regret not having thought to bring my lantern. Already at a fork in the road, with each path obscured in shadow. Ooh, the quickest way out of a maze is picking a side and sticking to it. And I think staying to the left is the quickest. I find myself trudging down a very dark hallway, only faintly lit by a light at the end of the hall. I walk slowly and carefully, trying to avoid any obstacles obscured by darkness, with my hands crawling the walls like spiders for guidance. The texture is rough beneath my fingertips, oddly comforting. As I make my way towards the light at the end, my hands reach into nothingness, which nearly causes me to panic and fall. I couldn't see it at first, but there was a path hiding to the right, waiting in ambush. Nothing there I can see except more shadow. Soft darkness waiting for me to wade its waters if I go down that direction anyways. Oh, go towards the light! There was a hole here, it's gone now, I fixed it. That's what it said on the plywood. The lit room at the end of the hallway is a dead end. A surprisingly large room with nothing in it. It's probably some kind of storage room. I'm surprised no one's made it their home, though. People kill each other in Bricktown over rooms a quarter of the size. I'm surprised this is called Bricktown. Huh. There was a hole in the wall here, apparently. Did it used to lead somewhere? Doesn't matter now, I guess. I should go back the other way, down that side hall. Nothing for me this direction. I think that, but then something catches my eye. A stethoscope! Huh, one of those heartbeat listening things. Odd place for one of these to be, though. Maybe Spruce might want it. I should take it with me. Reaching my hand towards it, something in the air. An ugly buzz that hovers just above the quiet. A tremor in the air around my hand. Before I can pull back, I've already picked it up. Huh. Unlocked a memory? We're back here? A sterile room. It sits in a nexus for the lost and destitute. A woman sits there, a bundle of nerves. Her eyes scan the room. The walls are barren save for that strange symbol that the Nexus for the Lost and Destitute has a fixation for. The cabinets to the other side of the room must be full of that shit they inject into you when you overdose. An undo button of sorts. She thinks to herself. The girl ponders how much money must have been spent in vain attempts to prolong the lives of people like yourself. People so hopelessly stuck in their own brains or in the cruel chemistry of their own bodies that they cannot help but pursue self-destruction. People who carelessly treat their lives just as disposable as tissue. People willing to burn every bridge, turn over every stone, leverage every asset, all for just one more time. Hospitals and medicine. As far as Loretta was concerned. Oh, okay. We have a new character, Loretta. Were for people far more deserving. People that will actually get better. People that actually want to get better, not filth like her. Part of her wishes her mother had just given up on her for her own good. Then it would be way easier for Loretta to kill herself in peace with a cosmic high so strong it could pulverize her soul into shards of glass and fry her brain like an omelet. And her useless, selfish little heart could finally rest. Okay, so definitely like caution here. Mentions of suicide by drug use. So if this is something that will be very upsetting for you, this may be a good time to duck out. Maybe later on at the very end of this stream, I will be able to go into a different game. So you'll be able to scroll through the VOD and reach that part. But if you need to go, I totally, completely understand. Also, very, dismissive of herself, putting herself down, thinking she doesn't deserve actual treatment. But everyone who is an addict are going through some real mental health issues always deserve care, always deserves help. Though why, her mother drag her in here, I really don't know. That kind of death, or even better, a world where she simply never existed. These kind of thoughts were medicinal to Loretta. When things were at the worst, she simply could retreat into a reality where she simply never was, and those that she hurt would live unsullied, beautiful lives where every goal was achieved, goals impeded by Loretta's existence. Man, I don't think she was in a way with anyone. And who knows? Maybe she found a place where no one could find her and the keys to that pill cabinet. She could make her dreams come true yet, with one beautiful explosion of euphoric chemicals that would make rock stars blush. Her thoughts were interrupted. A door opens. A doctor walks in, his face stiff, lips pressed in a small, tight frown. He's rehearsed in a mirror, but performance anxiety still grips him. How do we know he rehearsed in the mirror? Okay. She looks at the doctor, struck with consternation. Is it though? The woman's brain explodes in panic pulses of memory, dingy rooms, memories of pills, burning nostrils. Enough to kill a racehorse, a friend remarks. Amazed who's still breathing. More memories assault her mind. I don't care if it kills me. It's one less shitty person in the world. It's the only thing that helps anymore. Leave me alone. I'll do whatever you want. I need it, please. It's my life to ruin, not yours. The doctor's face is stone. He's as serious as he can be. The doctor goes to leave. He stops, looks back at the woman for a moment, then he leaves, closing the door behind him. The loneliness swallows her heart like a brick in the ocean. Oh, we got the achievement beside you in time. First memory item. So that's a real memory? We got that achievement. That's a real memory. Is it a memory of us? Are we Loretta? And we just chose Lizzie in this simulation. Wow. I think I've gone insane. Or, on the cusp of it. Lovely. Do I even want to try to make sense of what I just saw? Later, in a place that's less creepy than this, preferably. I go back and head down the side hall I walked past before. Come to the river, pick yourself a body bag. Wow, that's a phrase. Come to the river, pick yourself a body bag. That's intense. really good. But wow. Also, ads are going to kick in real soon. And since they're going to kick in, let me go ahead and take a small BRB. And I'll be back with more. Okay, this is just getting good. I'm really enjoying this. Thank you, everyone, for your patience going through the ads. Oh, sorry, I lost some people there. I will wait probably like 5 more minutes just to see if anyone comes back. I got myself some cocoa with a little bit of coffee creamer in it. I'm not all too surprised about like the language of the text, the grittiness of the environment, um, how it's so dystopian with, what the character is going through in this. I'm going to call it, it's a simulation. This memory that we're trying to parse through, maybe it's not really a memory, maybe it's a simulation. and we're trying to go back and find it. And that being a real memory that we just picked up. That was absolutely fascinating. But I completely understand if it's like really too intense for some people. So I don't think it's like scary. I think this is disturbing. I do have to say, I feel like the author of this game have yet to find a voice. You know, the way they're wording their sentences, how the character speaks. I feel like some of the words and dictions that they use, it's not consistent. And I feel that that's where they need to work on. That level of consistency. That only comes from doing these type of stories over and over again. Though I feel like in these turn of events, since we had discovered that memory, I feel like one, it's going to be really sad, terribly sad that we're going to experience something that we probably regret. You know, probably giving ourselves up for like experimentation. We're already in a very low state of mind. You know, like really need a therapist. You know, should have a therapist on top of like some sort of like rehab treatment. Of course, we wouldn't have this character here in this situation in the first place. But since they view themselves so lowly, maybe that's how they generated this mental landscape. Where it's a dog-eat-dog world of sorts. Very hard to like escape that kind of situation if it is a real situation they're in. Not easy at all. It feels like a very unforgiving world that they went into. Also, you know, I do like it is forgot. You know, they have forgotten things, and this is the part of their brain that they have forgotten. And maybe the more that we explore here, maybe the more we can recover and learn things. Maybe the map is her brain. Maybe this is her mental map of how she sees and makes sense of what's going on with her, how she sees herself. And how disconnected she is. Like, I'm a very innocent person in this really mixed up, harsh world. Let me just drown myself and, like, slip away. So I can see how they will view themselves like someone who's very helpless in this situation. Again, not really horror, just very dystopian. Not like a dark fantasy, there's no magic involved. But there's some sci-fi to it. So maybe like a little bit of a dystopian sci-fi kind of situation. But it is... We did have a taste of horror earlier, so maybe it will get scarier. This side hall into darkness eventually leads me to an edge that's lit by a small window with a single doorway. Glimpsing out the window, I think I'm on the second or third floor. It's a little hard to tell for sure. Wasn't I just underground or something? I didn't even go up any stairs. This building doesn't make a lot of sense to me. More artwork too. These drawings seem to mostly be done with chalk or very thin paint. Some of it seems to glow faintly in the dark. A message too. Come to the river, pick yourself a body bag. I really shouldn't stick around long, but for some reason I feel like I want to examine this room closer. Huh. I would. Maybe we'll get more memories. I can't help it. I had to look around here. Something's calling me. I'll look around carefully, shuffling around pieces of broken glass, torn carpet, assorted trash left behind, signs of life long moved on. Tetanus, wow. This is a lovely place. Now that I'm paying more attention, there's an odor in here. It's faint, but what glimpses of it my nostrils have are repulsive. Yeah. A skeleton. Sorry for the weird jump scare, by the way. I nearly jump out of my own skin at the sight of a desiccated skeleton of something. A rat, maybe. That's not a rat. I don't think it is. Okay, that's the spine. That's the thoracic. That's the chest here. There's supposed to be a shoulder. That's the scapula with the forearm. That's the forearm. The head is replaced by this weird extension here. Everything else, I really don't know what I'm looking at. Who knows how long that's been there. I would not call this area a pelvis. This is not a pelvis. It's not even a real scapula. Next to it is a note scrawled on dirty cardboard in a manic hand. I'm too curious. I spent this long searching on nothing but a hunch. Maybe the note's what I'm looking for. I hadn't eaten in weeks. My stomach hurt a lot. I found a dead rat, probably scurried away from the butcher, clawed at these walls till it died hungry, itchy, scratchy. No one found it in the dark except for flies, and me. The flies ate and ate and ate and fucked and ate and laid eggs all inside its guts. Oh! Okay, no, never mind. We're not entering horror territory. Dead and rotting, its eyes melted out of its head. Lots of eggs, yummy eggs, dotting its skin like grains of rice. I ate it. My tummy stopped hurting. I feel alive again. But now my stomach is going buzzy buzzy. Buzzy 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 zap 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 zap. And there's a buh. There's a buh. Ah, this is lovely. Letting y'all know, always gut out your food. Man, I was hoping for another memory. I dropped the filthy note on the ground and began to walk away, but something else catches my eye. I was right. I was right. We would get another memory if we start searching around here. I was right. Society for Innate Relief. Learn to live with yourself again. Funded by the Wade Foundation. Wade is in this? Ugh. Trust me, the nose issue is less now that I have my humidifier going. Looks like some kind of pamphlet. So we are a person in a very deep, dark place. Like mentally in our life. We're in a low stage in our life. And we're turning to this place for help. Is the mother's mark? Huh? Reaching my hand towards it, something in the air, an ugly buzz that hovers just above the quiet, a tremor in my hand. Before I can pull back, already picked up the paper. Another memory. Aha! Okay, so we're able to survive the horrors. A hallway. It sits in a nexus for the lost and destitute. A shelter for the broken and vulnerable that can't let go. In this same hallway on a wooden chair sits a woman. She has dark, messy hair, a t-shirt bearing artwork commemorating the tour of a long-forgotten band from decades ago. The radio stopped whispering their tunes, but in her mind they're full volume on repeat. Background noise to a party that she wishes never stopped. Good times long gone. She looks to a pamphlet she was handed during orientation. Not even worth the paper it's printed on, she thinks herself. She throws the pamphlet into the trash can down the hall with a faux basketball toss and sighs. She has not noticed, but a younger girl with blonde hair and a sweater has taken the seat next to her. She sits there idly for a moment, expecting the dark-haired woman to acknowledge her. Wait, this could be the sisters. What if the stethoscope was our friend in the clinic, and these two in the hallway are the sisters who are neighbors? And that's why when we look at them, we have the cutaway of seeing their real faces. Somehow, in some way, maybe just like in Evil Within, it's a mind hive kind of situation. We're all linked up to the same machine. Maybe this is not us. Maybe they're just our fellow patients. However, the woman with dark hair is lost in space, at least 2 minutes into a song about someone in the corner in a spotlight losing their religion. I know that song. The world around her might as well not even have it existed. Unfettered, the girl with the blonde hair and the sweater speaks. That sounds like Katie. The girl is unflappable. A pause, then. The girl with dark hair stares a little too long without saying anything. She did find it curious, though. For a meth head, she looked great. They usually do. Was she lying? Huh, no. Now that the cat was out of the bag, she could see there was a slight gauntness to her cheeks, a subtle tiredness to her eyes. Presumably, she had been caught early in her addictive cycle before the real damage could begin. The woman with the dark hair is pensive. The armor on her tongue suddenly cracks as the blonde girl looks at her warmly. The plucky girl nods in understanding. She flashes a bright smile at the girl with the dark hair. The girl waits a moment, thoughtful, then... Oh! Oh, no. We're continuing on with this gal, Loretta. We know Ashina. Ashina has been mentioned. Hold on. Going back. Going way back. Past meeting Marissa. There was a Ashina. No, have we gone too far? We gone so far we can't. I betcha Sheena was mentioned at the very beginning of this game, and then it was gone in an instant. Never mentioned again until here. What in the world? Where was that? When was that? Why did I say that? Am I losing it? I should get moving. This place is getting to me. Gotta get rich. And gotta get out of here. Okay. A little bit on the nose, but okay. Through the dark, I find a winding stairwell looming into the void. After following a winding staircase which had a strange absence of landings, I finally reach its bottom. The acid in my legs is burning brilliantly after all those stairs, though I am thankful they are downward. Ahead is a small room, fortunately brightly lit by light from the outside. Ah, this place seems a little better. The warmth of the light coming in from the windows is comforting. From what I can see here, there's a bathroom to my left, and a door at the end of the hall. I'm gonna examine the door. What do we see? You know, call me crazy if you want, but I have a good feeling about this door. Oh, Mother, I really am going crazy. Oh, Mother. Get it together, Lizzie. Get it together. I knock on the door gently. Hello? Is anyone here? Okay. Okay, very chipper for a place like this. I shrieked and stumbled backwards. Oh, where the heck? Heck, did you come from? Sorry, I was sleeping. But like, where? You popped up out of nowhere. Oh, over there. He gestures to a small, cramped-looking hole in the northern wall. Is there a bed in there or something? So you don't sleep in a bed, just in a hole in the wall? Also, not hand-drawn, not with a real photo of their eyes, a hand-drawn person? Yes. He fidgets a little. I had one for a while, but a couple of those AC gang guys came by and took it. Not that I mind. They needed a place to sleep. I'm happy to help. Ground's just fine for me. Did they threaten you? Oh, not at all. Oh, that's good. They just keep punching me over and over until I gave it to them. They didn't bother threatening me. This poor kid. I don't recommend taking the chair, by the way. It makes your tailbone hurt after a few minutes. Also, the one leg likes to come off sometimes, but you can slap it back on. What? The table's good, though. I really like to keep that, but if it stops you from punching me, I don't mind giving it to you. Please, leave the blanket here, though. I don't like eating off the floor, and last week the neighbor brothers lost their frisbee. Oh, so this is how it's phrased. Neighbor sisters, neighbor brothers. Okay. Because they're all siblings, right? Lost their frisbee, so I had to give them my place. I'm not here to take your stuff. Oh, you're not? That's relief. Oh, what are you here for then? I explained how I got the letter from Mother Matron and needed to find the boys she mentioned in the letter. There is no way the letter could have reached him, 'cause the post person won't be able to hand it to him. No one will go this far into this territory, only she. Oh, I got one of those letters too. What? Never mind. Scratch that theory. I'm wrong. To be honest, I wasn't sure what I was going to do about that. I thought of just curling up and going to sleep until it was hard to sleep. He nervously tries to peer behind me. They were still around earlier. You didn't run into any of the ACs, did you? Oh, no. No, I didn't. I just only faced my existential crisis. Maybe, like my real memories of what actually really happened and realize how I ended up here. Maybe the whole conspiracy theory of Mother Matron's actually like this secret organization that put me under, put you under, put everyone under, and maybe we're in some sort of mind hive kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I encountered, not these EC gangs. I pondered telling him about the other things I saw on my way here, but he'd probably think I was insane. You're rich, right? Again, not here to take stuff from you. I literally just told you I came here because of the letter. Oh, right, sorry. Force of habit. Nice to meet you. Pucks, I'm guessing. No, my name is Leslie. Weird. You look like a Pucks. What is that? You know what? I'm not gonna bother. I'm guessing that means you don't know who he is or where he is. Nope, not at all. Why does he sound so proud that he says that? Great. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. We'll just have to go look for him then. How about we head to the market? I kind of worked up an appetite trying to find you. Sure. That sounds great. I'm always hungry. All the time. Let's go. Rich sprints the way out through the building. I struggled to keep up. But then, I noticed something. This is not the room from before. I was back at that one hallway from before at the junction with the symbol painted on the wall. It was like I teleported. Or maybe like the building shifted. I freeze. A cold sweat breaks out on my forehead. What is happening to me? Hey, Lizzie, what you doing? Something wrong? Nothing. I'm coming. Just got a little lost is all. I trot along, trying to shake the anxiety off of me like cobwebs. It still eats at me. Detuned Radiohead recruit Rich. Okay, ads are gonna kick in. Gonna take some time to just like chill and drink the rest of my cocoa. Meantime, I'm gonna look at this journal. Maybe there's a Sheena somewhere. First Wake, Mumblers, The Rat River, Allowance, Mother's Lessons, Blood Friday. AC Gang, The Threes Company, Headmasters Union, Allowance, Authority, Surveyors, Posters, Rat Fishers. We have Mother Matron, Lizzie, Rich, Spruce, Kitty, Janine. Who is this person? Oh, this must be Pucks. This must be Pucks here. But that's it. By the way, this is the updated version that the developer did for this year. And this journal is the latest entry to this game. So, while we're dealing with ads, let me go ahead and read this entry. That's me. I'm just a regular girl who works as a seamstress out of Packrat. I'm really good at it. I briefly served as a nurse, but seeing so much blood and suffering was too much for me. I can't stand blood. Some people think I'm strange for this, but I read in the library once about words that were called curse words. I don't know what the curse does, but I avoid using them ever since. Something about them also just feels wrong to say, you know? I tried to warn others too, but I usually just got told to F off. I realized a long time ago that it's none of my business to tell other people how to speak. I also love beetles. They're so cute. I really want to get one as a pet someday. I wonder what this entry is. Dear leader of the boarding, the one that helped make life here possible, here from the very start, the one we work hard to show love to. The original residents find themselves in the world of famine and desolation, lived out of the skeletons of old buildings from the world gone by. She appeared before the originals like a miracle and bestowed gifts of knowledge and sustenance to provide a fighting chance at survival. Her ideals have been passed down for generations and have shaped the boarding as a whole. She lived long enough, but yet there's generations. There's generations of this. Her appearances to the public become more sparse over time. She communicates exclusively through letters delivered by the posters. The only way we really have an idea of how she looks is from the paintings of an armless artist named Nia Kretsu. She supposedly receives visions for the Mother Matron in her dreams. The artist depicts her as a beautiful white-robed woman with a necklace bearing a symbol we call the Mother's Mark. Okay. So, there is a religious spin to it, but I think since we had that memory unlock about her mother dragging her here, and the fact that, she might be a mother herself, there may be some generational trauma. Like the idea of motherhood, the idea of, caring for someone, being responsible for another person, even though you are not really responsible for yourself, or fail to be responsible for yourself. The idea of taking care of someone, even at your lowest point, is terrifying for some people. So maybe that's how that manifested and got mixed up with this organization. We visit my favorite food stand, which sits far away from meeting Marissa's booth of mystery meat and sold skewers. Oddly, I could almost swear I could feel her gaze. Wait, she's over there. She's keeping her distance, but I can see her watching. She's crouched inside a barrel. You can tell she's there by the big explosion of hair. She's laser focused on Rich and has not noticed that I have noticed her. Oh well. I think she's harmless. She's leaving us alone for now, at least. I think she just wants to ogle her crush. He's a kid! He's a kid! This lady is wrong. Not the narrator, but Marissa is just wrong. I certainly would be better equipped to deal with anything that might happen on a full stomach at the least. The delightful smell of grilled rats and vegetables makes its way up my nose and triggers the parts of my brain that cause my mouth to salivate. Where are we getting vegetables? Are we getting it from the shipyard? I could never resist the succulent chunks of meaty, chewy meat that ooze delicious, greasy oil. Rich and I above order a large rat skewer. I hand them my drachma and we head off to find a corner to hang out and eat. Oh wow, thank you so much. I don't know how I'll pay you back, but if I take too long, just keep your punches to my body, not my face. I have real bad toothaches as it is. Jeez, this kid. You don't owe me anything. It's a great to know you present. I had some extra allowance anyway. That was a complete lie. The allowance part, I mean. But I wanted to be nice, anyway. I know I talk about making you back, but maybe now's a good time to use what I have while I can. I look to Rich. He's eating as if he hadn't eaten in weeks. Really hungry, huh? I was starving. I never get to have rat like this. What do you do for allowance? He rips a big hunk of meat off the skewer. He talks fast while he chews. It's really difficult to understand him. I'm a trash sorter. They have me big bags of trash. I sort through them for good stuff. The pay is terrible. It's like it's impossible for him to speak with a negative inflection. Oh, sounds fun. I'm guessing you don't get to keep any? I get 3 cans of food a month and all the soda can tabs I could want. I don't really know what to do with them, but I have them. I keep them in big coffee cans. I wasn't supposed to take the coffee cans though, so don't tell anyone. I like to pretend they're coins though. I shake them sometimes and imagine that I have lots of money, that I could buy anything that I want. There's actually lots of furniture at my place. You can't see it because I got it in the imagination store. That's adorably childish, but kind of sad. So, you're absolutely sure you don't know anyone named Pugs? Nope, not at all. I'm extremely positive. Why does he still sound so proud when he says that? Huh. So we still don't have any leads. Who else could we ask? Huh? What is it, Rich? Do you hear something? Huh? Oh, a drone! A strange flying thing nearly crashes right into Rich's head but stops right before impact. It hovers there in the air in front of our heads. What is this thing? I've never seen anything like it before. Some kind of weird flying machine. What the heck is this thing? I think it's a bird. I'm gonna call him Birdie. Rich, I don't think that's a bird. The little flying machine then makes slightly back and forth. It almost looked as if it was beckoning us, albeit crudely. Look, the bird wants to show us something. Sorry. I know what it's trying to do, but it's getting to me. Is he stupid or is he just messing with me? It's not like there's ever been a bird here, but there were pictures of them in some of the books at the library. Rich, it's not... Wait for me, Birdie. Tweet, 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 tweet. Lizzie, it's not listening to me. I'm gonna go catch it. Oh, what? Wait a minute. And just like that, Rich takes off after the machine. Dear mother, what did you pair me with such a strange boy? Hey, wait for me. It's kind of a miracle that the thing didn't crash, trying to navigate the tight alleys of the market. The strange flying machine brings us to Junks. Rich, be careful. We don't have protection. Rich continues to chase and shout wildly with reckless abandon, not even considering that at any moment a 2-ton metal dumpster can land right on our very heads. No one has an explanation for it, but the district of junks, originally established by Possum Brady, who always felt more at home amongst the piles of trash and filth, had a dangerous characteristic. So things drop from the sky in this place. Things fall from the sky here like rain, but pulpier and often deadlier. Okay, for sure, this is her mind. This is like a dream. Unless there's a really good explanation for why things drop down here, this just confirms it. They had mentioned things dropping from the sky before, like a cat hitting a person's head. And I thought, oh, that's a weird thing to mention. But no. This is a common thing. People are used to things falling from the sky and not think of it. Some people think the trash is a gift from Mother Matron. Others thinks it's the debris from a destroyed world that is in the sky finding its way to us. Ooh. Sometimes you're lucky and the only thing that lands on you is some moldy fruit, maybe some bags of animal feces. Other times you would get the shell of a car landing on your head. How about some broken glass, too? Why do people not create a platform to catch the things that are falling? And they could just walk under the platform. One time I nearly died to a bowling ball. You think maybe the danger will keep people away, but you'd be mistaken. If you're persistent and know what to look for, you can find things of extraordinary value. Or at least some good fixer-uppers. Components for machines, clothing, sometimes preserved fruit or food. Cans, plastic wrapped. I tried to make it as a scavenger once, but it was way too scary and tedious for me. It smells terrible and you get filthy. It's easy to get hurt. It takes forever. And what do you even get at the end of it? Usually, almost nothing. That's why a lot of scavengers work in groups. Individually, you get very little, but a group organized across a wide area might end up with something worthwhile. I found a comic book here once. It was a story about a young man and an alien. An alien tried to take over the young man's body, but it ended up being stuck in his hand instead. They both had to learn to coexist. Parasite! It's the manga Parasite. I know that reference. Oh, I'm so glad. The print on it suggests it was one in a series, but I never found any of its follow-ups, even at the library. It hurts my soul. I had the same thing! It was a collection of stories in this mixed manga. I think I have it. I'll show it to you. Oh wait, nope, I don't have it. I don't have it anymore. I used to have like a small manga book that has all the short stories of all the different anime series, like a showcase of sorts. And Parasite is one of those. And eventually it did have its own manga series, and it became popular enough where you had the live action Netflix. So I know this. I know this one. Rich, wait up, please. He still doesn't listen to me. My lungs are on fire. I gotta stop a second. I hate this. What if I lose him here? Why? Why am I pursuing this with such drive? Do I really believe I have what it takes to be a surveyor? What? I can't even handle some writing? Stupid. You're gonna get yourself killed, Lizzie. You're gonna die, you're gonna die. It goes on. You're gonna fail everybody, that's what's gonna happen. I'm freaking out. I gotta stop freaking out. It's gonna be okay, Lizzie, just breathe. Just breathe and you'll catch up to Rich. You can still see where he's heading. See, that's the part where I feel like we're breaking out the tone of the narration. At least in the books, you could see what is the normal narration of the novel, and you can like italicize the character's thoughts separate for the narration. And I feel like because we had chosen this type of point of view where the narrator is us and we are this character in this kind of like context, I feel like some of the tone has shifted wildly when it goes through something like that. And I'm not talking about like self-deprecating like speeches. I'm talking about like breaks in character where it's more informal. And not like the normal narration of what's happening and describing everything, you know. So that's just the little nitpick that I have with this whole thing. Everything else is great. Also, like, still, like, beating yourself up, you know, like, telling yourself all these negative thoughts in your head, that's showing up in this character also. Probably the same type of mindset that Loretta has. Maybe Lizzie is Loretta. And by the way, if you ever like start having those type of negative voices in your head, don't listen to it. You're doing the best you can with the body that you have, with the life that you have, with the cards that have been dealt. And you just make do. You just do the best. And that's all you can do. It's going to look different from each person, depending on different situations. And you should not beat yourself up for it. Come on, breathe. Oh, I think I know where it kind of broke away, because there's moments like you referring to yourself. I'm freaking out. I gotta stop freaking out. And then it goes into, you can still see where he's heading. Come on, breathe. So I feel like there may be some POV tone shifting here. What was I doing? I can't lose myself. I have to keep strong. I'm scared beyond belief, but just lying down to die isn't how I want to go. Running away isn't the answer. I have friends that believe me. I have a duty. I have to help the collective, whatever that ends up meaning. It's clearly important. I look up. Rich is far away, but I can still see him. If I start sprinting now, I think I can still catch up. I slap my cheeks, scan the sky for any garbage rain, and take off after him. And then I fall on my face. Ow! Huh? What is that? Ooh, another memory unlock. This time, this must be canon unlock. It's a paper cut. Nothing unusual about it, especially not here. And yet, I'm drawn for it for some reason. Why is that? Something about it is calling to me. Oh, I get to choose. Is this really what I want to do? Like an old coffee cup? Rich is running away and I could lose him. Rich isn't real. We gotta examine. Reaching my hand towards it, something in the air. An ugly buzz that hovers just above the quiet. A trembling in the air around my hand. Before I can pull back, I've already picked it up. And flashback. I want to collect all of them. Two women stand on a balcony, each holding paper cups filled with warm coffee. The balcony rests in a nexus for the lost and destitute. The girl with the dark hair, Loretta, told her blonde-haired friend Sheena a deep secret that's been haunting her like a ghost. Loretta sternly puts a finger to her lips. Her eyes are panicked and reddened from hours of crying. Loretta buries her face in her palm. She stares into space. Thousands of nightmare scenarios are flashing behind her eyes. Thousands more failures to be responsible for. For once, there was no excusing it. Before, she could blame the negative effects of her actions on people as the price they paid for choosing to care about her, choosing to associate with her. This, though, a life was forming inside of her, and everything she'll do from here on out would have direct consequences for it. Already had consequences waiting to reveal themselves, she figured. Sheena looks to the ground pensively. Bittersweet memories flood her head. Party too soon. Or was it too late? Was that before or after the party? Why did the party have to stop? Even worse, what if that wasn't that time? What about all the dark holes in her memory? The places she's been, the people she met. She didn't want to think about it. I can't bear to see you like this. You're killing yourself. What would your father think? You have to wake up eventually. Please stop this. Stop. Okay, so we have a mother that is really concerned about us, at the very least. To the point where, like, she's begging for them to stop. If she really doesn't care, she wouldn't say these words. I want my baby girl back. This is not an easy choice to make. I feel like again, this is like pure speculation. I would not know how I would treat myself or like treat the child or anything if I ended up in a situation like this. This is not a unusual situation for some people, you know, but it's never an easy one. And I don't blame anyone struggling to make decisions from this type of experience. I do believe, though, that Loretta's not alone in this. There's always some form of help, someone somewhere. I really do believe that. A long silence rests itself on the moment. She stares at the clouds. Again, another tough decision. What was that? Pregnant. The thought of that scares the hell out of me. Pregnancies and the boarding never turn out well. That didn't look like anywhere I've seen before. Where was that even at? I feel like the more time goes on, the less of a grip I have on myself and reality around me. Oh, excuse me. Am I losing my mind? No use worrying about it. I need to keep moving. Hopefully I can still catch up to Rich. Ooh, we have a house that's sunken in. A bunch of graffiti here. I felt like I wasn't going to manage it, but I catch up to Rich and the flying machine. This building looked remarkably better than the other structures and junks. It definitely had some repairs done. But it looks like a half-decent place to live. This is falling down. I don't know about this. Seems like it would be roomy. Wow, we went pretty far. I wonder why Birdie brought us here. The little machine makes a beep, then proceeds to fly away. It disappears inside one of the open windows on the top floor. Don't go in! Aw, Birdie's gone. You know what? I'm just gonna let him keep thinking it's a bird. I think it wanted us to go inside, maybe? No, Lizzie! No, leave! I know this is supposed to be a horror game, but don't. I think so too. Let's go. No! Oh wow. It looks like a bomb went off here. There's stuff all over the place. Now this is a junk's house. What a mess. What is this place? A tall boy with a grumpy face and a black metal helmet walks in. He's holding the strange flying machine from earlier. What if... Okay, hear me out. What if Loretta is not pregnant with just one child? What if she's going to have twins? And this is a manifestation of her taking care of kids. And how would she approach it? Oh my gosh, Birdie. What did you do to Birdie? Sorry, don't mind him. He means that thing you're holding. It's not? He looks genuinely disappointed. I feel so stupid. Lizzie, why didn't you tell me it wasn't a bird? I did tell you. Darn it. Are we gonna gang up on this kid? Leave him alone. That's a very specific phrase. Are we sure we're gonna go with that? Yes. Are you Pucks? He throws his hand in the air in celebration. But you are just standing around in your house. Okay, so we have a whiz kid. Huh, that's really cool. Where did you get it? There's a glint in his eyes as he talks about it. This kind of thing really makes him happy, I think. You must really love tinkering with things. I think it's kind of cool. Wow, that's amazing. So is that the camera on the front? He nods proudly while tapping the bulbous camera orb. And we're going to pause for ads. I don't know if I would characterize this as horror, but then again, the horror has been very far and sporadic. I would call this a dystopian sci-fi, for sure. There have been like some heavy uses of like body horror from time to time, which is nice. I really like that. I like the twists and turns about like, you know, between mental mindsets. You know, building up this universe, this world that we're dealing with, and having a contrast to the real memories. Which, honestly, the Steam achievement kind of ruined it for me. It did say real memory, so I'm going off with that assumption. I don't know if I would think of it as a real memory when I would pick it up without that achievement. So that may be a little bit of a spoiler situation there. Part of me thinks that Loretta is Lizzie. They both share the same, first name. And I think Sheena was mentioned very, very early on in the game. This will be a good time for me to save also. So let me do that here. Okay, everyone's back from ads. Thank you for watching. I'm going to continue on from here. Whoa, but how can you see what happens? Whoa, I did not understand any of that. That's amazing. You can see us through it. How do you know what we look like though? We're all strangers. Oh, so was he even actually looking for us when the drone found us? Oh, so you just found us by accident? I don't think he was actually looking for us. You were just having fun flying it around, weren't you? For a moment, he looks like he was about to explode. Why would he react like that? Oh, okay. He wants to enjoy his last moments before he's sent to his doom. That makes sense. Okay. I get it now. Cog-operated boy, recruit pugs. Yeah, we should. Hmm. So is this where they're dungeon delving? The matron's tower stands tall, looming over us as if we were rats. Oh, we were ants. Oh my god. Every single animal mentioned in this game has been rats. And that's all I could see. It's bad of me to say maybe, but I really never like coming to the matron's plaza. It always makes me uncomfortable, even way back when I was in school. They had a school in this boarding area? Despite the desolation here? I don't buy that. Then again, how would they be able to read a book, I guess? There are some holes in this logic. The sky always looks different here. It looks like it's made of glass covered in scratches and dirt. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who notices. It always seems bigger than I remember. Wow, I've never been this close to it before. It's so big. Yeah, it's big, all right. I'm just going to keep it the same voice. I'm having a really hard time doing voice acting right now. He says it dismissively. Pugs walks briskly past us, hands in his pockets. Rich and I exchange glances, then follow Pugs inside. Pugs doesn't really strike me as a kid, though. I've never been inside the matron's tower before, and to be honest, it's not what I expected. You think the home of our leader would be, I don't know, fancier, less white. I thought there would be someone to greet us. Seems there's no welcoming committee. There's an intercom, though. He gestures to a strange box on the wall with 2 dimly lit red lights on it. It's an intercom. Something you can use to talk to someone who's on a different part of the building. Oh, I see. You're really smart, huh? How does it work? Well, I never used one, but I think you're supposed to press that button there and talk to it. Oh, I see. We're all just kind of standing there. No one wants to push the button. So, you're gonna press it or what? Huh, me? Yeah, you. Just do it already. I hesitantly press my index finger on the button. What do I say? My voice cracks from the nerves. I don't know. I guess, hi, the new surveyors are here. Okay, 12th floor. We all jump, a mile on our shoes. And Pucks curses. I guess he hurt you, Pucks. Shut the fuck up. So Pucks stormed off again. He's kind of a jerk, isn't he? Oh, he's not so bad. I think he's just scared like we are. Maybe he's always scared. I bet there's a nice guy in there deep down. Okay, so we have really sweet, passive, don't hurt me please kid. And then we have this really aggressive but intelligent kid. You think so? I do. We should get going. Huh. I also love how they're drawn. I think the drawings in this looks great. With the characters, with the kids. I think it's awesome. It's an exhausting climb. At some parts, I feel like the stairs are on one... it feels like the stairs are one bad step away from falling to pieces. I grip the railing as hard as I can the whole way up. I feel like I'm gonna die the entire time, but we miraculously find ourselves on the 12th floor. I know they said in the update they tried their best to clean up the language. It's still pretty rough. So, I do believe that this is just a one-person project. I don't think there's an editor involved in this. I'm going to be a little bit nicer here, not pick, this apart too much. This is probably a one-off shoot game that they had created. So I'm not really going to fuss over it. I used to fuss over these things quite a bit. But not as much anymore. The landing leads us to a narrow hallway with a door at the end. It feels muggy. There's a weird, rancid undercurrent in the air that my nose doesn't like. The hall terminates in an aged door with fogged glass. Is the Mother Matron through there? It's really hitting me now. I'm actually going to meet her, the Mother Matron. I still don't think she's around. If it's been generations upon generations that they've seen her, no one has seen a trace of her at all. I feel like she's just a cover. She hasn't been seen by anyone alive for so long. I'm going to see the most important person in the world. I should really be excited and honored, but I feel anxiety. I really pumped an anxiety that's giving me goosebumps all over. I just want to run. I keep my feet firm, but were my skin sensing it would rip itself off my body and jump out the closest window it could find. I can't run away. This is my duty. Oh, Amber, thank you so much for the hydrate and stretch. I will get some water, 'cause I need a break. This is a weird and fascinating game. A little bit ableist in the language with, they're calling themselves insane instead of saying it's mental health illness or anything like that. And I'm trying to give this game some leeway with its diction. But, besides some hang-ups, I kind of like this game so far. But yeah, let me take a small break. I'm going to get some water. Thank you for the redeem. Even though I love coffee and I love cocoa and everything else, it's not really great for your vocal cords. Also, it's been ages since I've read a visual novel like this. Thank you. Wow, it feels like I've been at this for a while. So I may not be able to do the council today. This may be it. I didn't realize this is a long game. In many ways, I'm glad of it. That's not hydrating. No, I'm drinking some water. Oh, you're mentioning about the coffee and the cocoa? Yeah. Okay. Let's get into this. Yeah, no, I mentioned about the coffee, but I got actual water with ice in it. Who knows? This may be something we'll continue next week. If you're all okay with it. Oh, C is for cookie. So, Amber, I hang out in D-Tunes and Beeps streams and everyone else's streams and, my childhood is already ruined for me. I'm too far long gone. You can't save me now. I know what C means. This is my duty. Follow that up with that. I guess this is it. Are you sure? Why would Mommy live in such a creepy place? We're in a big tower. That seems like a top floor. Where else could she be? Yeah, you're right. Well, it's nice of you to volunteer to go first, Pucks. You're such a great guy. What? Fuck you. No, I didn't. Do you have to be so loud? Jeez. I'll do it if it makes you relax. I volunteer so confidently just to get them to shut up, but the instant it left my lips, I feel regret. I was totally gonna do it, but fine, if you insist. You're the coolest, Lizzie. Thanks. I step closer. I reach my hand to open the door. Wait, I should probably knock first. That would be really rude to start with the Mother Matron. I knock. Hello? We're here, Mother Matron. We're coming in. I clasp the doorknob. I twist it, only to find it locked. What ages are they supposed to be? Are they Southerners? There's no way I would ever call Mother Matron Mommy. Not when everyone's saying Mother Matron like that. I would not consider that a Southern thing. I mean, they're supposed to be kids, but they're like older kids. So maybe like middle school age. Like 10 to 12. But they live in such a dystopian kind of landscape where it's like a dog world. Yeah, they're tweens. I would say they're tweens, but like older kids. And there's like a level of education that's very lacking. Obviously, Pucks is, kind of like has a sailor's mouth because he deals in the junk area, deal with other junkers. Rich is the type of kid that like gets beaten up all the time, so he probably is used to like bartering and bribing all the time. I mean, this is not really a place to like have kids in at all. But again, this is like all mental. At least I think this is a mental kind of situation. What we had unlocked so far, the 3 memories, are, I suspect, the real memories. This is a simulation, I think. Huh? Blob? Silence hangs heavy in the hall. Are you the Mother Matron? Hello? Anyone there? This is so uncomfortable. Suddenly a static buzz leaks in from the ceiling above us. I look up to see a thing that looks like a speaker. A warm and tender voice laced with static drips through the perforated disc in the ceiling. You miss your teenage years, even though they suck. I could go back in time, I would, just to relive it again. I do have some happy moments from my teenage, they're early tween years, that middle school years, and like the late elementary, that kind of like time frame that is a pretty good part of my life, but I would not want to relive it. um, I'm the type of person that what has been done is done. I don't want to go through all of that again. It's not necessarily a painful memory, it's just like all the stuff I worked hard in, like fixing up relationships or like changing my life around or like whatever it is that I wanted to do now that I have money or being an adult. I didn't have that like back then. So I would rather live in the now. But I'm glad that some parts of it were happy. We're here, aren't we? Is this gonna take long? Oh, that's not my tween years. I'm much older than that. So, do you want to come out? Do you want us to come in? I was 60 in 2003. Sure, sure. Let's go with that. Yeah. A raspy cough erupts through the speakers. I'm guessing this Mother Matron is a very old lady. Though that must be very rude of them to like scream in terror when they see them. Oh, excuse me. Pucks mutters under his breath. How convenient. You don't even have to look us in the eye before sending us to our doom. Pucks? No. Nothing at all. Grand mission? What's the grand mission? The womb of paradise? Okay, I'm living this. You were 5? Oh, that sounds rough. You had to depend on others? Even though it's fun and you don't like see things how terrible they are, everything's like, oh nice, but like on the outside the world is kind of burning. Whew. 5 is rough. Like, I guess ignorance is bliss, but like when you really look back in history, it's not that great. I guess everyone would be nostalgic because the present moment is not that great. Okay, a little bit of mother horror here, like the fears of motherhood. It's not really religious, it's like maternal horror. So that's what the surveyors are meant to do? Search for the womb of the paradise in the crypsicle? What a mouthful. Yeah, search for the MacGuffin in the creepy dark tunnel. We get it. How will we know what it looks like and what we're supposed to do once we find it? This kid plays D&D. This is a kid who plays D&D. Lots of it. Okay. In this simulation, the womb is a monster and she's just feeding us. Is that why we had the mumblers? They're mumbling they're preaching to the people, I guess, but no one really could understand them because it's just like jittery nonsense. I have one, Mommy. Why haven't we heard about this grand mission before? Why not have everyone looking for it? I would have been right by your side the whole time, searching if possible. So she has to go there often? Or is this another lie? I see, you're so loving, Mummy. Pucks groans loudly. I have a question too. Is there anything you can give us to help us succeed? I have a question too, Mother. The word mother leaves his lips like a loogie. Why would you pick us? Out of all the kids you could have picked, why us specifically? Why did you send my friends down there to die too? Suddenly coughing erupts again, more intense than before. How convenient. Oh, that distortion. Silence. I guess that's the end of the conversation. Pucks glares towards the Mother Matron's receding shadow. I tap him on the shoulder gently. I guess she left. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? He continues to glare for a moment, but finally turned away. Let's go already. This kid has main character energy, I swear. Pucks? Rich and I look at each other. We don't know what to say, but I think we both feel the same thing. I smile at Rich and follow after Pucks. Wordlessly, we go down the long set of stairs to the first floor, a lot less painful going down than climbing up. The locker room itself sits in the hall to the side of the stairs. The place looks absolutely terrible. Yeesh, this smells horrible. No kidding. You think they take better care of the place. Fucking putrid. Doesn't even look like there's much here. How many expeditions have been set down here? Maybe it's just been picked clean after so many failures. Sure, they can put out some scented candles or something at least. Carefully avoiding puddles and scummy tiles, Puck stepped past Rich to the lockers. He began rooting through them. What do you see? Honestly, a bunch of crap. I think we can use some of it, though. Here. Crowbar! Puck tosses a heavy crowbar towards Rich and nearly bonks him on the head, which assuredly would have left a dent, but he dodges out of the way. Ah, careful! Okay, so I'm gonna wait for ads. I would say the early 2000s was when I was in high school. I was in my sophomore year when September 11th happened. And it was a moment in my life where I feel like I put away my childhood and like started, looking towards, being an adult. It was a growing up moment for me, for sure. It's still wild to me that there are people who are alive that are younger. Of course. In fact, one of my supervisors from one of my workplaces is actually younger than me, and he was, I think he was born right when it happened. So he grew up in the aftermath and only heard stories about like what steps were taken, what people had done, etc., as a part of the history books kind of thing, or something that the adults say. But it's always something I had to think of, like, most of you probably would not experience it. Most of you are like way, way, way younger. And such a tragedy is just considered like old history. But for me, it was a defining moment where I'm like, oh, I can't be a kid anymore. I had to grow up. Yeah, exactly. So, just reading the news, what steps have been taken, what the administration had done and didn't do, the discussions that had happened. The economy was okay until the 2008, collapse. And that collapse was pretty significant. That's where the housing bubble popped. So that little time period, I could see people saying like that was a good time. I could say that. I always feel like the 90s was better because the economy was in a better place back then. But the very early 2000s, before that housing bubble popped, was still fairly good, but you had some underlying issues back then. And it was kind of like another shoe's gonna drop kind of situation. Or I should say, it felt like we're waiting for the bottom to fall out, and that's when it did. So anything after 2008, in my opinion, would never kind of match the level of economy or like wealth or like resources that we had back then. I mean, we truly had a middle class. And I think the wealth to poor gap was a lot narrower back then too. But I digress. We're going to get into this horror game here. Not my fault you weren't ready to catch it. We haven't really reached this far in this game of this society completely collapsed to the point where It's like a destitute. Pucks rummages around some more. Yeah, this could work. One of the first episodes of the Osbournes. Oh, yes, Ozzy's, yeah. One of the dogs pee on the master bedroom area rug. When Ozzy sees it, he yells at the dogs in the room and says to one walking away, look at him, he's part of the Bin Laden's gang. Oh my god, I can't believe he said that. That's hilarious. Yeah, there was a lot of jokes like that going around. It was probably one of the few times the majority of Americans came together. You know, it was the most defining factor that everyone like put aside their differences and decide to like agree on the same thing, which is rare, a rare thing. But of course, there's some issues with that. Islamophobia really ratcheted up during that time, and it was not easy back then. Here, Lizzie, take this. A knife? Puxley gives me a large knife, but thankfully he hands it to me instead of throwing it at me. Positive I would have lost an eye. Careful. It's not the sharpest thing, but you can still hurt yourself with it. I carefully ram my thumb against the side of the blade. There's a little rust. The base of the blade is dull, but it slices the skin when I touch the tip. It doesn't draw blood. I'll be careful with it. What are you taking? Baseball bat, okay. He's got the helmet on. Pox pulls out a large wooden baseball bat. He takes a few slow practice swings with it, getting comfortable with its weight. I'm taking the slugger. It suits you. Do you play baseball? You're asking because of the helmet, huh? Honestly, I just wear this so I don't get dumb in those junks. I did used to play. I had a couple of friends I used to play with, but actually, never mind, it's not important. Oh, okay. His friends were gone. Because they were summoned as surveyors. Okay. Huh. I saw something in his eyes just then. It's important, isn't it, Pucks? I won't pry, though. I'll let him talk about it on his own if he wants to. Weapons are good, but what about tools? Food? I brought my own toolbox. For food? Well... He lazily looks around. He sees something crumbled in the corner. A mostly empty bag of rainbow candies that is resting in a puddle. He picks it up and shakes it at Rich. Some brown water splashes out. Oh no! You want it? No. Pucks. Just joking. Lighten up. He tosses the candies back in the corner. If you need a food, you probably should have stocked up at the market. Rich looks disappointed, but just box nods and lead us on. Through the shower room was a room. Through the shower room was a space that is empty. I'm just going to start replacing some words here. Save for one old hatch. M-I-M-R. I think this is it. I swallow hard. I could hear the light chattering of teeth behind me, probably coming from Rich. I look at him. We exchange nods. Then open the hatch. Two below. And there, I'm going to save. And I'm going to take a quick peek how long we have with this game. I know I took so long talking about things, so, you know, my speculations, what I think, what's possible, what's going on in this game, I do love it. I think it's a really good game. But I feel like we're taking in a direction that I was not expecting whatsoever, which is great. Let me look up. For Mother Matron. How long is for Mother Matron? I am supposed to be able to do this all in one stream. It's about 3 hours. Oh, the I Spy game? I don't know when I'll go ahead and play that, if at all. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead take a quick restroom break because I have been hydrating myself and I really needed it. I will go ahead and do that. Come back, try to play a little bit more of this game. It's possible I may have some dinner along the way. So I'll be right back, everyone, real soon. Alright, I'm back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Oh, whoops. Here we go. It's either that or make you watch every episode of Blue's Clues. I remember watching some Blue's Clues, so that's not a bad show. I was more of a 90s kid, so I think of like Barney or like Thomas the Train Engine. I remember like a little bit of Mr. Rogers. Oh, and Gallagher's Island. Little Bear is one of your favorites? Oh, that's wonderful. So I'm going to continue this game until the very end, and I'm just going to do one playthrough of this. I think I'm close to the end of this game, but I don't know when. I'm assuming this might be the very last chapter of it. We find ourselves in a dark, freezing, cold tunnel. It chills my skin and my soul. The very air carries the message. This was a place that held nothing but abject misery. You're gonna go and get some good food? Well, go and enjoy yourself. Get some good Indians. I'm gonna have spaghetti tonight and I'm excited. A white mist forms in front of her lips when we speak. Oh, so it's really cold. Ugh. You wouldn't happen to have another sweater, would you, Lizzie? No, sorry. Just this one. Gosh, it feels so cold even with a sweater, though. I'm really worried. Do either of you know how to start a fire? Sure do. I cause them all the time. That somehow doesn't feel reassuring. Somewhere along the way, the halls transitioned to something more crude. Did surveyors of the past have to dig through this rock? The craggy tunnels were illuminated by lonely light bulbs. They look old and like they have been teetering on the edge of burnout for a while. Who knows how long they've been burning down there? Ooh! No oil in the pasta water. Add salt when the water is boiling. I know that you're supposed to put oil in after you dump the water just to kind of like keep it loose. And you don't dump all the water, just enough. But that's how I do it. Huh. I always thought that Crepsicle would be just, I don't know, different. They don't seem so bad so far. Hey guys, look at this. And then it went bad. Richie dies. The end. What is it? I think it's a journal or something. Resting on a wooden bench against the wall was a small little book with a black leather, or perhaps faux leather cover. Let me look at it. Do we really have time for this? Yeah? They could be eaten, and they will write that they're having a wonderful day, and they go, I'm being eaten in the journal. I mean, you want to read. I'll take any excuse to not go further in, thank you very much. I thumbed through the journal. Many pages are water damaged and illegible, but I eventually find a section that was somewhat legible. Or readable. I read out loud. Whatever you don't break the pasta, of course. Of course not. You leave it in as is. I love how it feels inside of me. I love the feeling of it crawling around inside my guts. The razors on its fingers scrape the walls. It hurts and bleeds, but I feel beautiful. The feeling of life inside, feeding off my inside. Everything I am keeps it alive. Oh, another body horror metaphor? Of what Loretta's gonna do? I will protect it with my life, no matter how much it hurts. I will kill if I have to kill. I will if I have to. And then, when it rips it away out of me, I'll become dust, to be blown off the top of an old shelf before the new thing is placed on top. Remember, not for me, but for the thing that grew inside me. I cannot wait for it to hatch and crawl out between my legs. Listen, can you hear it? Touch me. Can you feel it? It's kicking. Oh gosh. No, I like that. The rest of the entry was illegible and the writing stopped shortly after this point. So we're feeding a creature that's like a womb. There's a baby inside, and somehow this is like inserted. This also kind of plays in part with the memories we have acquired so far. What was that about? Sounded like it was written by someone with a few screws loose. I wouldn't read that deep into it. What? I don't know. We look around frantically. We couldn't see anything. There's a creature. I mean, what the frick is that thing? There behind Richie, I saw. It's some kind of horrible, lumbering tower of meat with glassy blue eyes that stare with cold hunger and malice. Kill the thing with fire. Kill the thing with fire. It raised in the distance, a living nightmare, something I can never unsee, something that can never unsee me. Gauging the creature's intent is difficult, but I think it's honed in on Rich. If I don't do something, that freak is going to do something to him. Rich looks frozen like a rat, about to get speared. What? I have a knife with me. There's no way I'll be able to get between Rich and the beast, but maybe I could stun it. I raised the knife and mentally marked the beast's eye as my target. Take this! I threw the knife. Crap! No! I hit my target. It was a good throw. Go me, I guess. It's a good thing I saved before this point. And stuck Rich right through the eye. Oh no. What the fuck, Lizzie? Rich didn't scream. He was silent. The knife had likely struck his brain. I defended myself against the creature. I just hit the wrong creature. I threw the knife. All the other options was to push him out of the way or yell at him. I threw the knife. There was an option. Rich went limp and fell to the ground. Well, we're not going to get Rich and get out of here. I just killed Rich. Oh no, it's coming closer! Rich is dead by my hand. I stand there frozen. What have I done? The beast does not wait for me to grieve and lunges at me. Lizzie, snap out of it! And I am the dead. While I stand there in complete shock, unable to comprehend the life I snuffed, the creature charges and impales me on its filthy teeth. Pain. An eruption of fire in my chest that flares down the whole width of my torso. The alchemated alchemy of millions of tiny little pins pricking their way through my flesh. The saliva that coated them burns my insides. I can feel it turning my vital organs into a slurry that the creature will suck down its gullet. It's a blocking chicken wing. I was wondering what kind of meaty creature that is. It holds me in the air as I drain into its mouth. Puck screams. I think it was some sort of chicken that's self-imposed, probably like different parts of it. The Crepsicle has claimed another. Dead end. Whoops, experienced death for the first time. Okay. We're gonna load. So, yeah, we're gonna skip. Push Rich out of the way. If I wanted to save Rich, there's only one option. There's no way he could react in time and get away. He wouldn't even know he was getting killed until after the creature gored him. Watch out! Now I'm looking at this. It might be a turkey neck. That's a real possibility. So I charged towards Rich and shoved him out of the way. What? I shoved Rich to the wall. He was safely away now that I stood in his place. Before I get too comfortable, I heard the thing lumbering towards me. I had to think fast. I stab hard in front of me. The creature runs right into my blade. He runs into it 5 times. He had it coming. Sorry, I need to have fun with this. It buries deep into the creature's flesh with a crisp slice. The creature yelps and stumbles backwards in shock and pain, taking the blade with it. Oh, come on, give my knife back. I lost my weapon, but I'm alive. I run to Pucks and Rich. Fucking awesome. You got it, Lizzie. Don't stand there, beat the crap out of this thing. I look back to the creature. It's hurt, but it's regaining its footing. Yeah, but not for long. It's okay. I have a plan. One of you needs to distract it. Distract it? Yeah, get its attention, draw it away from me, and keep its focus on you. I'll get it from behind. Oh wow, great idea. Who should do it? I'm saving. I'm saving right here. I'm saving right here. Who should do it? Don't care. Just decide amongst yourselves. Rich looks at me terrified. I had to decide which one of us would try to distract the creature and fast. Rich. Rich is faster. You do it, Rich. Oh, okay. You can count on me. Rich ran to the other side of the tunnel. I say Puck's side. Are you sure he's got this? I know he can do it. Hey, you. The beast did not even look at him. It just glared at Pucks and I. Rich, come on, do something. The beast was rearing up, ready to charge. Hey, here, monster, here, monster. The beast does not care. It's more interested in the one of us that dared to fight back. The beast charges. Oh, voice acting all of a sudden. In an instant, the creature impales us both with its large teeth. And we are the dead. Pain. The beast uprights itself, both Pucks and I resting on top of its head as if we were chunks of meat on a kebab. I suppose that was what we were. That idiot were Pucks's final words. No, he's not an idiot. He did exactly what he's supposed to do. You can't help it if the creature was not interested. I say nothing. I merely bleed from my mouth. The taste of iron sticking to my tongue for the rest of eternity. The void comes for us both. The Crepsicle has claimed us. It's kind of like a die in the Matrix, die in real life kind of situation. Okay, and I'm going to wait until the ads are over, and then I'll continue. I'm going to look at my phone real quick. There's a bunch of notifications that came up, and I got to sort through them to see if any of it is important. Oop. Okay. Now it's closer? Maybe it is like a turkey neck. Without the skin peeled away. Okay, so definitely focuses on whoever attacks it. So it would be me, I guess. Surprised that it got Pucks though, because he has a bat. He should be able to defend himself. Oops. I was trying to hit skip. If you want something done right, you had to do it yourself. Or so I justified to myself. I'll do it. Be careful. I'll be fine. It seemed rather likely that I would be, but that was neither here nor there. I stepped to the side away from Pucks and Rich. It was up to me to lure the creature away. I throw a rock down the tunnel. Maybe the noise would catch its attention. I looked down to find a suitable stone and find something the size of a baseball. This would do. I was hoping to actually hit the thing with a rock. I throw the rock across the tunnel. The clashing of stone echoed down the tunnel, but the beast could not care less. Lizzie, I don't think that worked. Suddenly sprints towards Pucks. What should I do? Rush! Rush to attack. I failed to capture the beast's attention. I gotta try something else. I grabbed a sizable stone from the floor and charged towards the creature. In one smooth motion, I swung the rock hard as I could at the back of the creature's head, I think. And it has no effect. Huh? Ah! Pucks tries to swat the creature away, but it's futile. The creature dodged, then countered by ramming its sharp teeth into Pucks's chest. Pucks! God damn it! I freeze in place. Pucks was as good as dead, and it was all my fault. Pucks! Rich cries. I realized in that moment just how useless I was, how futile this whole journey would be. I fell to my knees, my face turned to stone. The beast could not have asked for a better surrenderer. I would not surrender. Okay. Myself. And draw towards myself by swinging my arms wild and making noise. The creature was hungry, a carnivore. What bait would be better than living flesh? Hey, whoa, look at me, I'm delicious. You want to eat me right up, don't you? Come on. Pucks looks bewildered. This isn't the time to be embarrassed, don't stop. I wave my arms wildly and continue shouting. Come on, take the bait. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Lizzie, any day now. No, it was still focused on Pucks. I had to think. I had to try something else, anything. Come on, you big stupid bug-eyed hunk of rat meat. I got so mad I ran over and kicked its back while it's turned. That was stupid, but caught its attention. I quickly jump away from the thing while it turns its horrible eye towards me. Its gaze is pure, murderous intent. The beast rears up and charges. I want to run, but I keep my legs firm. I'm the distraction. I have to trust Pucks. Ah! I close my eyes. A wet, meaty thud. I open my eyes. Pucks is bashing the creature repeatedly with his bat. Get on you, Pucks! Die, you son of a fuck! Thud. Thud, thud. Swish. Thud. He finally stops. Things were quiet. The base. Ah! Thud. Thud. Squish. Thud. The beast is lying on the ground, twitching and wheezing horribly. The sink of pennies and rot hangs in the air. A pool of red grows beneath it. With a pathetic little whimper, the creature stops twitching. Its giant eye loses expression. It sees nothing anymore except eternity. It's dead. Ha! Ha! It's dead! Oh, thank God it's dead. Is everyone alright? Yeah. Yeah, I'm right. Liz, we're gonna save. We're gonna save right there. Yeah, I'm fine. I can't believe we made it all in one piece. Same here. This thing is awful. Look at that. I think the saliva is corrosive. What? Acidic. It melts things. Look. From the large tusk teeth? Not sure what you would call them. Saliva drips into the growing pool of blood below. The blood bubbles and hisses with each drop of saliva. It's burning the blood. We should be very careful. Don't touch any of that shit. You can say that again. I really need to catch my breath. Oh, the creature was not the first. It will not be the last. More. We're coming. We have to move now. No time. Run. This is our Doctor Who episode. We gotta run. We immediately took off, being careful to leap over the blood pool and not trip on the rough floor. We run. And run like hell. We run for what feels like forever, but eventually the sound of the horde dies off. We're safe. For now. Hopefully. I think we lost them. Pox leans against the wall. Rich and I sit on the ground. I can't believe we made it. Is everyone okay? I'm fine. Just a little shaken up. Yeah, I'm okay too. You? I'm fine also. We're lucky to make it out alive. Where are we though? It's really dark in here. No worries. I brought a flashlight. But he mentioned making a fire earlier. Oh wow, thanks Pucks. Why is that voice acted? Yeah, well, someone had to be prepared. Let's catch our breath a second, then get going, yeah? We try not to linger too long. We walk for a long time, just go straight for a while. Feels a little weird, honestly. Is there even an end to this? That being an easy explanation for why surveyors die down here, they just walk forever until their bodies give up. I wish I had better shoes. My feet hurt a lot. Should have got yourself some boots. I should have. Maybe when we... Rich gets a curious look on his face. Say, what are you guys gonna do when we get back home? You really think we're gonna make it back? I don't know. But it feels good to think about it. I bet if we find the womb of paradise, we'll get a really big reward. I'm gonna buy so many skewers. And boots. Candy. Maybe I'll get a place in Bricktown. That place sucks too. Way overrated. It's too expensive and cramped. I mean, of course you think that. You probably didn't have to pay anything for your place. Listen, Possum had the right idea back when he was alive. Get yourself some good headgear and learn how to build a good roof. Boom! You're right on top of all the good shit. Huh. Until something crashes into your house and crushes you to death. Oh, is that why they don't have like a platform to catch all the stuff? Sometimes it would crush things. Hasn't happened yet. Besides, my place is pretty sturdy. It'll have to be something huge, I think. When I get back, I'm gonna get it even more decked out. I know a guy in the market that's selling a hi-fi system and a tape player with some tapes. It's broken, he says, but I'm positive I could fix it. A hi-fi system? Yeah, it's a thing that plays music. It can be really loud. I want to get something like that in my workshop. I think it will help me work better. Ah, I understand. See, this is the true Victorian child who survives the mines and, fix things from his bootstraps. What about you, Lizzie? Me? I haven't thought about it much. I've been trying to keep positive, but it's hard. Hard to picture a future after all this. I've always wanted a pet beetle. A beetle? Really? You're into weird bugs? They're not weird. They're cute and very cool. Thank you very much. First I ever heard someone describe them that way. What kind of beetle do you want as a pet? I think one of those with the giant mandibles like the stag beetle. Or the big horn like the Hercules beetle. They just look so cool to me. Is this like Beetlemorphs reference? Is this a Beetlemorphs reference? Because I would be so tickled if it is. Blue Death fading beetles are cute too. They have a beautiful color. At least the pictures I've seen look beautiful. Have any of those kinds of beetles ever shown up on the boarding? Or do you read about them at the library? Those ones may not even be real. No, I haven't seen any here before. Only ladybugs and skin beetles, really. Honestly, a girl can dream though, can't she? They don't really know how to respond to that, so we just keep walking in silence for a bit. Finally turns into something different, seemingly a fork in the road. Ha! Look there, it's Mother's mark. It's red, just like at Rich's apartment building. You're right. Who do you think left it? Past surveyors? Maybe they left it so they could find their way back. Or maybe it's good luck. It happened again. What happened? Get the light back on. Come on, work, you stupid shit. Oh, it's Pugs's flashlight. Okay, that was a little bit weird. Whew, there we are. Got worried for a second. Everyone okay? I almost say I'm fine, but I noticed something's off. Rich, where did he go? Huh? He looks around. Rich, where are you, moron? The light's back on. No response. Rich, come on, this isn't funny. What light? It's dark. Shit, Liz, I think he actually might be gone. What the fuck? The light was only off for a second. We gotta find him. Right. Stay with me. We don't want to get separated. We look around the room. We'll go back the way we came for a time. We try checking partly into the two paths on the fork. No matter how much we search or how loud we call his name, he doesn't appear. Where could he have possibly gone? Episode Rich. Guys, where did he go? It's dark. Rich cannot see a thing, not even his own hands. His friends doesn't respond. It doesn't feel like they're here anymore. He starts to panic. He runs. Oh no! Then he stumbles and falls. Ah! He hits his head hard on the way down. He falls unconscious. Eventually he comes to. Rich slowly rises to his feet, groaning a little. Ooh, did he fall through a hole? His head hurts badly. He feels for blood. There's a little bit. Where am I? He tries to look around, but it's all too dark. A sea of ink. Where was Lizzie? Where was Pugs? How long was he unconscious for? No response. He's all alone. For all Rich knows, Lizzie and Pugs are dead. Well, that's a little bit quick to assume the only solace he has right now was that, as far as he could tell at least, he was alone. No monsters. As the silence hangs heavy in the air, a deep weight in Rich's stomach turns into a solid mass of grief, warmth in the back of his eyes, and then a lump in his throat. I just realized we're in a third-person perspective with this. So somehow, in some way, we knew about his fate. Small rivers begin to trickle over the corners of his eyes. He tries not to cry, but then a dam breaks, and the lonely boy sobs messedly for an inordinate amount of time. Nothing in his life had ever prepared him for something like this. For all the things he endured in the boarding, there were at least human threats. You can predict people. That wants a desire that Rich can understand, make sense of the things that happened to him. Moreover, if something was to happen to him, someone would find out. Someone would know. Something about that mattered a lot to him. If he died in the streets above, someone would find his body. Someone would recognize that he had, in fact, existed. Maybe someone would even make a marker for his corpse. Maybe he would be so lucky to be added to as another slash to a tally chart. It would at least be something. Here, though, he could feel in his bones that it was a place and a theme to life, and no one would ever find him down here. He could bleed out and die screaming, and no one would ever know or care. With a small but bright flame of resolve in his heart, Rich wills himself forward. It takes him forever. He's taking small, tepid little steps to avoid tripping and falling on his face again. His eyes never adjusted to the darkness. It feels like blindness, if not for the very faint, noisy haze of his hands. He walks for so long, but it never feels like progress. At first he stepped quietly in the hopes that it would keep him safe from monsters. At some point he decides there were definitely no monsters to worry about, so he starts walking at normal speed. Where was he even? So much of the cave just looked like, well, cave. Indistinguishable. The creepsicle was meant to be vast, possibly even endless. There might not even be a way out, he realized. This is gonna be it, isn't it? I'm gonna die here. That's what he thinks to himself. The scared boy named Rich, who only ever wanted to find friends and a roof over his head. He always tried his hardest to be kind to everyone, even though they were not kind to him. Be the callus on the working hand, become stronger through the pain. Learn to be immovable. Learn to bear misery and pain just like Mother taught. Learn to revel in suffering, so that it may never burn your soul again. Let it fuel you. Okay, so this is the part where he accepts the mother's teachings completely. Completely wholesale, and that's probably why he, as a character, was so jubilant, despite everything that's going on around him. So long he's breathing, he's happy. He's trying his hardest to follow that mantra, but it was proving difficult. What good was going to come of this for him? Would it really make him a better person, or just a damaged one? He wanted desperately to believe the teachings. He wanted to feel some transforming moment where he feels like a real man, like he's stronger and capable. He wants to make Mother proud more than anything. What did all of this get him in the end? He did exactly what Mother said to do. He really tried. She was supposed to know the character of everyone's heart. She should have known him. Should have known whether he was worthy of this task. She should have known he was not a hero. Was this punishment? Have I been wrong all along? Do I deserve to suffer? That's what he thinks. He looks at his shoes. Ow! That's when he walks into a door. It defies reason. He only looked down for a second. How did he miss this? There's even a little light here, under the door. He could finally see. Rich looks behind him, unsure what to do. Should he go through the door? The pier, in indiscernible blackness, provides him a compelling argument. Was he really going to walk backwards into that? Rich gently places his hand on the door. He swallows a hard lump in his throat and breathes. Finally, he pushes the door open and walks inside. Through the door, Rich finds a wooden cabin, just sitting in the caves. Someone lives here. There is a fireplace crackling with delightful warmth. Pots, pans, mugs, empty bottles, some full bottles, silverware, a bed in the corner. Very strange. This seems so much nicer than anywhere Rich had lived in the boarding. A hand touches Rich's shoulder. Okay, that's a character. Rich jumps a mile in his own skin, whipping around so fast he almost falls over. Okay, they're red and have a distorted voice. Before him was a man, something shaped like a man. His clothes look interesting, very different than anything Rich had seen before. Look interesting, but the material was something Rich could not place. Something about it deeply unnerved him. We know this name. We know this name because it came from the Nyx's book. This is the son of Nyx. This man was a strange creature, to be sure, but he seemed nice enough. Also, I like how this kid named Rich met Momus, and Momus loves suffering. Or actually, no, not suffering. He loves telling lies. I think, if I remember right. Well, the kid probably hears it often enough. Rich wants to laugh too. That's not far from his own joke about his name. He doesn't laugh though. Momus flashes something that looks like a smile. I just realized Nyx could be Mother Matron. The one who birthed those two children that had caused problems in Olympus. Interesting that he's facing this. Rich finally laughs. The joke catches him off guard. A pregnant silence hangs in the air. Then the savory smell of stew crawls up in Rich's nostrils. His stomach growls loud. The man gets up from his seat and goes to the pot hanging over the hearth fire. With a giant black ladle, he dishes out several scoops of rich-looking stew. Rich never thought he could feel so hungry.
Okay, 15 minutes. I'll film you guys.
Momus puts the stew on a plate on the table and hands Rich a spoon. I'm not making any choices here. He's just going for it. Rich pauses for a moment, staring at Momus, trying to read him. The misshapen man simply nods with a smile. Rich stares for a moment before finally turning to the bowl of stew. He was really starving. He carefully spoons out a handful of stew, trying to get a little bit of each component to fit in just right. A gentle sting crawls towards the ceiling. Rich blows on a spoon, then carefully sips from it. It's the perfect temperature. The flavor envelops his tongue warmly and tenderly. A melody of savory flavors, a hint of salt in the back, a delightful crunchiness to the veggies. When was the last time Rich has ever eaten a vegetable? They were hard to come by sometimes. Great. A switch flips. Rich begins rapidly spooning mouthfuls of the stuff into his face. Some dribbles down his chin and onto his scarf. Loud, happy, slurping, like a puppy eating its favorite meal. Was that an insult? What was with the sudden change in his tone? Suddenly, Momus throws the bowl of stew across the room. It shatters and splatters against the wall in a violent crash. Rich falls out of his chairs and tries to crawl away. He stops dead in his tracks. And then the man does something truly unbelievable. It looks wrong, but was that Rich's face? Talk about facing your demons. Okay, I'm waiting for the ads to kick in here. I'm surprised people are saying like this lasted for like 3 hours. I also love the confrontation that Rich has to face. And I love the dialogue from Momus. Though I don't like what he's saying at all. Let's get that straight. I just like how it's written. You know? How it's written here really reminds me, like, not the things that Gollum would say, but like how some villains would say. And it's very theatrical. And I kind of like how it's written out here. It's like, you know, the Yoda's cave kind of situation? Let me turn down the music here real quick. Oh. Ooh, I can't adjust things. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm going to do that for my own sensory issues. I mean, the music does play a part in the horror experience. But, like, sitting here waiting while this is going on, not a great sensation. But it makes me really curious about Lizzie and about Rich and Pucks. Because they are like hand-drawn characters here. Are they fellow patients of this institute? Welcome back, everyone, from the ads. We're going to continue. Sadly, there are people who do think this way. I knew it. This is one of the children of Nyx. Oh, he doesn't have eyes. Rich runs to the exit, but the door is locked. He shakes the handle and bangs on the door. It's no use. We really don't have a choice in the matter. We couldn't find him no matter how hard we looked. Damn, where'd the guy go? Do you think he's alright? I don't know. I hope so. Maybe he's up ahead somewhere. He has to be, right? Maybe he found the womb of paradise already. That would be nice. Do we really want to know that? I don't feel very optimistic, though. He said to stay close, but Puck sure is putting a lot of distance between me and him. Puck, slow down. I'm really scared. Please stay close to me. Huh? You said we don't want to get separated, didn't you? Oh, right, yeah, sorry. He slows down, thankfully. Okay, so they came across an underground river. The tunnel lead us to a massive open cave filled with the sound of rushing river. Seems like we have to wade through the water a bit to the center, and then from there we can progress in one of the 3 paths. They all seem to lead the same hole at the end of the room. We are saving. Right there. Each path seems to lead to the same end, far at the back of this cave. There's a sign, look. Paradise is to blank be what? Paradise is to be unborn. Is that blood? It must be. That's awful. It is, but practically speaking, it means someone else was here. It's the matron's marks, too. I think whoever left this was losing their mind. I hope not. I look at the torrent of water. This cave is really cold, and the water looks even colder. I'm not looking forward to going through the water. That seems to be the only way. Me neither. Keep your guard up. Don't get swept away. I nod and follow Pucks. As we reach the water's edge, I notice something. Hey Pucks, look here. Pinned against a smaller rock near the edge is a book with a thick cover soaking in the water. The binding is miraculously still intact, though many pages seem to have drifted off or broken down completely. I wonder what it is. Is it anything like the journal we found earlier? I don't think it would be worth the time. You never know. We have to take a look just in case. It's a waste of time. I pick it out of the water. I let it drain a little. I have to handle the pages very delicately. They're eager to come off the binding, with just a little too much force. After some pulling and peeling of the damp pages, I find something legible. Here we go. One must embark on the mooting. The procedure can only be performed once, but it is by far the most intense and reliable way. Silence disobedient voices. Their stubborn spirit will die, and they will finally be able to listen to the mother's words. You must procure several materials. First, a blade. The older, filthier the rustier, the better. Please consult the weathering guide in the appendix if you only have access to clean and well-maintained blades. Second, a clamp to hold the blank in place. Once prepared, need assistance from a comrade as resistive tendencies. May also need to be restrained so you do not harm whoever is assisting you. After being properly restrained, use one hand to stretch the blank taut, a cloth, or keep grip. Using the blade, sawing motion to do not stop. Failure of the spirit will break mother's heart. Seems illegible after that. I think we're cutting off an umbilical cord of this thing. What did it say? Nothing good. You were right. I toss away the journal and start stepping away. I can't be here. What? It was your idea. Yeah, well, it was a bad one. I just want to... Lizzie, did you hear that? Huh? What did you hear? Oh, no. Not another creature. Something burst out of the water. I tried to get away from the thing, toiling through the furious current pushing against me. I looked down in horror to see my leg being sucked into the filthy, disgusting mouth of this horrible pink freak. Its thin, needle-like teeth punched deep into my flesh. Every time its mouth sucks on, the teeth slide in and out, digging it just deeper each time. The pain is teeth-clenchingly excruciating. If I don't do something fast, I'll be short of a limb or worse. I can barely think through the pain. It takes everything in me to keep my wits about. What was there to even do? Attack! Get it off. I have nothing to hit it with, so I start punching it with my bare hands. Punch the eyes! I tried to punch as hard as I could, as fast as I could. It's not very effective. My punches aren't doing a thing. I just pissed it off and it bites harder. Take this. Die already. The creature snarls. Its small eyes grew furious and intense. Closes its mouth as tight as it got, and I hear a horrible crunch of bone. Ooh. We lost a limb. An explosion of pain. I screamed so loud I could feel my vocal cords rupture inside my throat. I fall backwards. As now my leg has been severed completely, there's nothing holding me. I fall back into the water, kicking and screaming. The blobby freak swallows my leg with a sickening gulp. I hear the splashes of more creatures making the way towards me. The river is full of this thing. Before long, I was shredded to pieces, and everything I ever was became small bits of meat, lining the stomachs of a dozen monstrosities. Okay. Let's load this again. Shove the creature out of the way. It was coming at me no matter what, and with the water rushing against my legs, there's no way I could get away fast enough. I shove it with both hands. It feels like hard jelly and leaves a gross slippery ooze in my palms. The putrid thing is flung back and lands in the water with a splash. Pogs has one of them on his leg. Another one has Puck's leg in its mouth up to the knee. The water turns, increasingly red as Puck struggles. Pucks, I'm coming right over. The water tries its hardest to pull me away with its white foamy claws as I slosh my way to Puck's. I have to get to him. Can't lose someone else. There's no way I can make it on my own. Finally, I reached him. The blobby freak was biting now hard on Puck's lower leg. So much blood. I'm gonna be sick. No, get a grip. There's no time for that. If I didn't get it off of him, he would have his leg ripped off and eaten. Pucks, I'm gonna push this thing under the water. Please try to hold still. Why? Just, trust me. Fine, just do it. With both arms, push his leg down into the water. The gnashing thing is submerged on the water's murky surface. Bubbles begin to rise to the top. Yeah, there's no gills, is there? Pucks writhes violently in agony. Soon the bubbles stop rising and the creature, let's go! It must be able to breathe if it's fully submerged. It's off, pull me back, pull me back. As quickly as I could pull him back. Yeah, I'm fine. I hurt a lot in the moment, but I could still move. Okay, great, let's get out of here. Fine, but where do we go? The water ripples and splashes in the distance, and that means I have to save, because we're going to choose again. More of the freaks are coming. I have to come up with a plan fast. I look around. There are 3 paths. First is a direct path right to the entrance, straight through the current. It was undoubtedly the shortest distance, but the push back the water might make that not even matter. Then there was a path to the left, which looks really easy to reach. It circles around the area before terminating at the exit. It's a long run, but arguably the easiest overall. There was a path I could see on the right, which was almost as short as the straight-on path, but out of the water. Shortest distance, I wouldn't even have to wade through the running water. However, we have to climb a somewhat steep rock face. Not impossible, but definitely tricky when we're drenched and in a hurry. High risk, high reward. Straight but most difficult path. And then the long way to go, but probably the most dangerous. Let's do the short, quick one, but it's more dangerous. Well, it would be great if we decide within the next century. Shut up. It was showtime. Take the short but steep path. We're going to go right, that's the shortest. Roger, let's go. We wade through the flood as fast as we could and made to the path. The steep, craggy wall sat before us. Come on, you go first. I carefully began to scale the wall. My wet fingers struggled to maintain a grip. Behind us, the shuffling and splashing of water grew louder and louder. Bees leaping and chomping at the air, hungry for our flesh. Fuck, shit, I'm slipping, yeah! My heart sank as I heard a quiet squeak, the scream and splashing in the water. Oops. I whipped my head back to look at him, but that was a terrible mistake. My hands lose purchase on the crags. The horde swarms and stabs their horrible spiked teeth all inside our flesh. Oh, did they feast! Their sharp teeth shredded our flesh like paper. They took big mouthfuls of meaty chunks. I never thought it was possible to experience such slow, painful, relentless agony. The sound! Somewhere along the line, my brain snapped. The pain became beautiful, exquisite. My vision sinking into the inky blackness, where all I could experience was the memory of a pain so great it would be preferable to have never existed at all until we experienced it. Pucks and I kept screaming until our throats were chewed away. We drifted into the void. The crypsicle has claimed us, and we're gonna load. Yeah. Let's go the long way. Oh no! We went straight. Whoops. I was running for the long way. This could be a bad idea. Screw it, let's go straight for it. Come on. Alright, right behind you. With every ounce of our strength, we pushed and strode and clambered our way through the torrent of water. They're gaining on us. I'm going as fast as I can. Do you got any ideas? There's no way we're going to make it. There's so much distance left. It was right. The water's too strong for us. What to do? What to do? But nothing came to mind. Despite our best efforts to advise us pushing our bodies to their absolute limits. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one. I wanted the long way around, but I clicked the wrong button. Longer path to the left. Come on, we're going left. Right behind you. We waded through the flood as fast as we could to make it to the path. Pucks and I ran as fast as we could. Our legs were on fire. Our lungs were full of pins and needles, but we kept a good pace. The bees weren't nearly as fast as climbing on land. There it is. We were incredibly close to the entrance tunnel. It was likely we lose them in there. Our feet hit the landing, and a long open hallway stretched before us. We made it through here. The sound of the blobby freaks dies off behind us. Against all odds, we managed to survive. I really hate it down here. Ditto. We continue down the corridor. Into a mine? Like a refinery? It brings us to a room full of pipes and giant metal containers. Wow, look at this place, it's huge. We're gonna save that we made it. What is it with these rooms? Do you think there's a rhyme or reason to them? It doesn't really feel like a place that makes any sense. How would it go from a mine shaft to a cave to whatever this is? It's almost like a big version of the water treatment house. It's very strange. Maybe we're walking through the remnants of an old world. Maybe people lived here before. I don't know. Me neither. At least it seems like there's nothing dangerous here. You know, something I thought about, why haven't we seen any bodies yet? Probably because they're changed into those creatures. Maybe they're eaten. Huh? I mean, people come down here and die a lot, right? Shouldn't we have seen some corpses? Huh? Come to think of it, I don't know. Maybe the monsters just eat it all. Even the bones? It just seems too neat. It's like someone comes in and claims up the place or something. Either that or we're the first ones here. How could that be? We've barely gone far in. Dude, do you know how many times I died in this game? It's like, what, 6 times? People say this place, no, like 4 times, right? It says this place shifts and changes over time. Maybe the bodies get lost in all of that. Maybe, but it's weird that we get stuff like journals or writing on the wall. It's like, oh no, there's something here too? 3 times of the charm, I suppose. They fly? What are those? There's tons of them. We're gonna move now. But where can we run? Puck scans the room quickly. Up there, the 2nd floor. I'm doing this. Up there, the 2nd floor, there's room up there. I think we can use it. Where? I can't see it from here. There's no time. We have to move now. Just trust me. Okay, but how are we going to get past them? We should and split them up. Pick a direction, left or right. I take the opposite and we meet up there, okay? Left. I'll take the left. Got it. I head the other way. Puck stares off in the other direction, throwing curses left and right at the swarm. Truly awful stuff. It flusters me to hear it. This direction takes me past a monolith of pipes. To the back there are a small, narrow set of stairs. No, get out of my way! I turned to the other direction and considered trying another way, but immediately there was another one quickly approaching from behind. This isn't good. No, you can't do this, Lizzie. You made it this far. Do what you've done before, think smart, and act quick. Or just go with my gut and praise it works out. I'm not entirely sure how much of which I've been doing up until now. None of this really felt real thus far. This is why we save, and save often. I take a deep breath. Rolling under. Who knows? I know something about the flapping freaks. They have very little control in the dingling portion on the bottom. They rely entirely on trying to get their momentum right. Seems like it's hard to control as such, with how much the flaps of the wings make them bob. If I time it just right, I bet I can roll under them. The time is really important, but I think that's the move. I have to wait for the thing to swoop towards me, then tuck and roll underneath it. If I'm lucky, the two will collide into each other. Even if I'm not, it will be too committed to that swoop to turn around fast enough to get to me. To get me. Sorry, should give me a window to move. I just gotta wait for the right moment. Now. With swiftness that feels foreign to my body, I tuck and roll underneath the creature as it dives towards me. The sack of its bottom, grazes my back, but the teeth miss me. I did it. Now's my chance. I can get to the second floor through here. Wait. Is that her symbol again? The mother's mark. It's here too. It's all over down here, isn't it? Huh. I gotta get moving. What am I doing standing here? The second floor, at least on this side, is a noodled mess of pipework and scrap. My shoes clang against the metal floor. I can hear one of the things screeching behind me. Suddenly hear Pucks shouting from the other side of the room. Lizzie! The water still flows here. The pipe still works. Use that. What was he talking about? No, not a puzzle. Or is he saying that I could use the water in these pipes somehow? Would these valves even work? No time to overthink it. I have to do something. Turn them all. I turn them all on at the same time. That has to do something. No. It didn't do anything. All that water pressure for nothing. The valves were different colors. Maybe the answer wasn't pressure but temperature. Doesn't matter anymore. In an instant, I was descended upon needles of bone puncturing my body, slurping the blood down like juice. The pain was unbelievable. It took them forever to needle me to death. I was begging for the release of it. I'm speeding up to where I left off. Let's try red. Red. I turn the red valves. Don't even know if turning them hurts me or helps them, but we gotta try. A jet of hot steaming water erupts and burns the thing. It shrieks in agony and loses its coordination. It crashes into a bunch of pipes and falls to the ground pathetically. Now was my chance. Move, Lizzie, move. I rush inside the room. Puck slams the door behind me. Puck's is pressing his body at the door, keeping the door shut against the swarm of flapping monsters behind us. Yeah, there's another mark here. What do we do? He looks around. Over there, grab the bar. Over to the side was a long metal plank, the bar to the door. I rush over. Pucks quickly moves out of the way, and I throw the bar in its slot. Pucks waits a moment, keeping his push on the door to see how much the bar aids in keeping the monsters at bay. Ha, good. Strong enough. Oh, hold for a bit. He moves away from the door and hunches over, catching his breath. This is insane. How many more of these things are there? What do we do now? And so we fan out and search the room, hoping for anything that might even be a little bit useful. A weapon, medicine, notes for someone long gone, something. As I reach a certain corner of the room, something calls out to me. Ooh, another memory. A tingling my arm, pulling me. I follow the intuition, having nothing else to fall back on. Oh, looks like an umbilical cord. I think. I could be wrong. What is this thing? It's like a meaty noodle thing. And why can't I stop my hand from reaching towards it? Before I know it, the gross lump of flesh is in my palm. Oh, wow. She went all the way to term. The woman with the tiny human being inside of her screams, her throat raw. The woman with the living creature inside her abdomen wails as she feels the sensation being twisted and pulled from inside out. She feels like her body is going to split in half. Finally, the pressure lessens. The doctor holds the baby up triumphantly. The little thing squirms and wiggles and cries, covered in goop. A flesh cable extends from its stomach to underneath the sheet around the woman's legs. It's the dearest, sweetest thing Loretta has ever seen in her life. An unexpected, bewildering sensation wells up in her chest. It's warmer than anything she's ever felt before. It kind of scares her. The doctor cuts the umbilical cord and admires the babe one last time. A masked nurse comes and takes the baby from the doctor's hands and swaddles it in a towel. Then the nurse starts to leave with the baby. I would start punching people. What kind of person with mutton chops is doing here? A man steps in. A man she's seen before, but he looks wrong. He's too tall, too long, his skin pallid, almost like stone. It was very different than the face she's seen on television and newspapers, but it was him. The shape was him. It was the man this place was named after. He stops the nurse a moment. He peers down at the swaddled baby. He tilts his head in a curious way. He strokes the baby's cheek with one of his gray hands. Loretta wants to scream at him to get his fucking hands off of her, but his presence is disarming. It freezes the room immediately. You can feel something drain out of you every time he walks in. He finally waves the nurse off. He turns to Loretta and begins to speak. His voice is something strange. His lips do not move. Oh, finally, some horror. Along with the other horror elements we've been dealing with. We're finally getting to the thick of it. I'm surprised it's taken me this long with this game. I thought we would be closer to the end of it. I'm actually going to look to see there's other chapters in this game, because it feels like it goes on longer. You know what? It's possible that the dev added some things because they want to make a cleaner kind of story. Yeah, everyone like took this as a 3-hour kind of thing. I wonder if people tried to beat this quickly. Let me look at IMDb real quick. Like how long this game lasts. Actually. Oh, it's rather sparse. Okay, I'm assuming that we're close to the end here, so I'm going to keep on trekking and, keep on going with this. How do people have the ability to, reverse sounds? I don't know how to do that. We're just borrowing her. She's beautiful. Did they tell you she was a girl? She has your eyes. Whoa, wait, hold on. Mother's boarding is real? Mother's boarding is real? In this game? This is real? This is not a memory of us? This is not an alternative mental kind of thing? This is a real thing? His expression is unchanging. Having learned anything from all of this, dear? No teaching the willfully ignorant. A shame. I had such high hopes for your journey to recover. Give me back my baby. He returns his gaze to her. Something in his eyes made her feel like a cornered animal. There's dark intent behind the shadows of his eyes. No, your child has a grand purpose to serve, just as all other children born here. Mother is always breaking into hysterics. Wilson, you know what to do. What the? Let me go. Oh wait, we have voice acting, sorry. Oh, a sedative. This breaks. You know what? I still have my theory. I don't know what this memory is. I don't know if this is a real memory or if this is... Should I trust memories in this area, in this place? Because it kind of makes sense that we forgot everything. We woke up in a exam room kind of situation, and we had this machine attached at the base of our skulls, and we had this mental simulation. But if this is supposed to be real, what happened at the beginning of the game? The world turns dark. Now I don't know what to think. All of my theories is kind of like rocking now. I thought it was a cool real world versus mental landscape kind of situation. Maybe the real world is the extension of this for Mother Matron thing. Lizzie, snap out of it. He slaps me lightly on the cheek, trying to rouse me from whatever trance I was thrown into. What was that, Liz? Are you alright? I saw someone she was giving birth, and she was so mad. Lizzie, what are you talking about? Huh? Pugs, do you hear that? What? I'm feeling sleepy. What are you talking about? Something about that sound. I suddenly feel extremely exhausted. My eyes struggle to stay open. Pugs. Oh no, not this dude. A horrible, man-shaped thing appears before me. As if he just grew out of the floor, he stares at me a moment and then slowly waves his hand at me while glaring and blinking. What the fuck? Who are you? My legs start to wobble, my eyes barely staying open. I fall backwards. Puck shouts for me. It doesn't matter. I fall unconscious right on the spot. Not good. We're kind of in the same place. I don't know if it's just a room being repurposed or if it's just the developer just reusing an image and then saying like this is a different place, different room. You know, some people had joke about how terrible life is and that, you know, if I had known what it's like, I would have crawled back in. That type of thing. You know, this is like taking it to the extreme. Home is where the womb is. Before I have time to process it, the messenger is back behind me. It sounds like she's moving a cable, plugging something in. I feel a pinch at the base of my skull. The slurping sound grows faster, the woad fades again. Okay, we are under some sort of machine, but I feel like that red creature. Wow, this is great. This is so Neon Genesis. Wow, that is cool. Kiss of life ensure that Rich and Puck survive the journey. So Rich is alive? So there was an option that Liz could have lived, but the other two could have died. But there have been times when something happens to them, Lizzie dies anyway. So I'm not sure I had any choice in the matter. Okay, so maybe I'm going to say the memory that we have received just before this is unreliable. It may be a little bit distorted because it's going with the whole matron mother universe It's talking about the boarding house. And has that man there, and the kids are serving a grand purpose or design or something, and I feel like that somehow, some way, in that moment when she gave birth, somehow it got distorted a little bit. And something got messed up there. But she was brought into that institute. She was like talking to people in it. And it was the same doctor. But it didn't really go into detail who is helping her, how they're helping her. It didn't really explain that. So I could be wrong. But I'm also completely wrong with what I thought of in the beginning of who this girl is. I could still be right, but I'm thinking that this could be this entity called Momus. Now, since we're still like inserting like Greek mythos in this, we have this devil-like entity. Manipulating things to his grand design of sorts. Who's to say that this mutton chop man and this creature is one of the same? Huh? I'm lying on the floor. My body is sore all over. I think I'm back in the monolith, in front of the matron's chamber. Oh, it does look like that. But it's red. Except it looks different. It's bathed in crimson light. How did I get here? Was I carried? Teleported? Was the nightmares I just went through all a bad dream? No. No way I'd be so lucky. Hello? Is anyone here? I looked to the door. It looks like it's calling out to me. Was I being instructed to go in? It's open. My instincts are telling me that something unspeakable is beyond this door. Yet something even grander compels me. Is that where the Mother Matron was all this time? Or is this a duplicate down below? As above, down below kind of situation? My eyes struggled to take in the sight before me. I was in a room that was alive. The walls were made of flesh with a concrete skeleton holding the shape of the room. And I already used my knife. It's unlike anything I ever seen before. It smells like the bins that the rat fishers throw all the diseased rats into. Blood and pestilence. Mother's mark is in plain view, drawn in red on the pillars. I gaze upon the abominable structure, unable to blink. That's when I see them. There, slumped against the wall. There sat Pucks and Rich. Oh no! Without their eyes. I want to scream, but my body refuses to cooperate. They're not alive! Pucks, Rich, no. At first, their stillness convinced me that they were dead. They were just there, lying against the wall. Bodies limp, mouths slacked with dried spittle at the corners. Is that why they wanted her there? To make sure she brings these kids for their experiments? And that's why they're kids? So it's easy to take them out without her? It came from behind me. I slowly turned, fighting my body the whole way. I know that what sits behind my back is something so dreadful that ignorance seemed like paradise. But today, I finally see reality for the first time. A glimpse of the true heart of the boarding. Ah, the Mother Matron. In front of me at the center of the room of flesh stands an abhorrent, towering thing of meat with these horribly spindly appendages and crimson black eyes that make my soul feel puny. Who are you? It's Mother Matron. It was right. I did know. I just wanted to be told I was wrong. You're the Mother Matron, aren't you? Wait, this was his sister? This was his sister? Your sister would love to see you, or was he preferring me as the sister? The nightmare tilts the wrinkled mass that I assume was its head. Its eyes squinting at me, there's warm, stank air coming out of the front of it. And through what orifice I do not know, the air current goes in and out. Is it smelling me? I'm gonna fight this thing. I don't care. I'm gonna find something. I'm gonna use. I hate to do this, but I will use the kids as a weapon, and I'm gonna beat the fuck out of this. Like, I probably will scream and be terrified. Okay. I will have a hard time reacting to this, but like my instinct is to fight this. That's what games taught me. You fight. I took tepid steps back from the thing. I clutched my hands together in a futile attempt to quell their trembling. I was there when Mother and Father Darkness gave birth to the sun. I am the substance of the dark, the razors at the edge that motivate you to seek fire and sunlight. Okay, so like a child of darkness, the child of Nyx. Though in Greek mythos, they wouldn't consider Nyx evil. Nyx is just simply is. This thing, I hate it. Though it is... I'm not sure this is true mythos, though. I had to double check. But it feels real, and I like it. This thing, I hate it. I hate it so much. This is the Mother Matron. This is abomination. I had to get out of here. I had to leave. No, fight! I had to do something. I can't move. My brain and my heart are screaming, but nothing happens. It literally said, surrender, don't do anything. Do something, literally anything. Can't save her, you vermin. My body trembles. My legs feel like they've become boneless in fear. I fall to my knees. I'm waiting for the moment where I could hit like fight or something. I'm begging you, please, please. I am trying, but nothing happens. I lost myself, lost control. My body moves on its own. I curl into a ball, wrapping my arms tightly around my knees, trying to make myself as tiny as possible. It's so uncomfortable. Hot, salty tears are running down my face. My teeth are chattering. My mother? My real mother? Is this information I really need to know? It feels like the answer is something I will never be able to unhear, no matter how desperately I would like to. It might be the worst thing anyone could ever say to me, but do I have to know? Unable to utter a word, I simply shake my head, trembling. I don't need to know, I just need to fight. I just realized this is roughly the same voice as the Momus guy. That's why we were selected. Cattle. Okay, so I did think there was a monster below that they were feeding. Or something like that, but I didn't think it was the Mother Matron herself. This can't be true. We're just here to suffer for this thing's own sick pleasure and amusement. Were the hallucinations her doing too? Ooh! Are we grabbing real memories? Or is it her manipulating us? But then everything we were doing, what was it for? But what about the womb of paradise? I cried for help, but none came. An inordinate amount of time passes. I was gone from myself. Things went dark, then things went even darker. Is this really the end? Is that really the end? And then back again, and all in an instant. From the dark has come a new world, slimier and bloodier than the one I left, a massive chamber of red flesh marbled with fat and cartilage, illuminated faintly by a light that seems to be penetrating the membrane from the outside. The ground is puddled with saliva and stomach acid and amniotic fluid. Oh, we're inside her! I feel like a spectator now, separated from my own body. Feels like when I'm reading a book and watching the characters suffer. I'm just here to watch. It's not my life. but the body's me, unmistakably so, standing there numbly staring. Then, descending from a puckering hole in the ceiling comes something even worse. Something in my core has convinced me that if the Mother Matron was to have anything resembling a true physical form, it would be this monstrosity before me. At least that's part of it. It clearly extends beyond into the sphincter in the ceiling. Okay, I really thought we would die. I didn't think we will continue the adventure consumed. It is fascinating because in the womb you're supposed to be nourished and then you grow inside. It's like a reverse, like a true stomach where you're consumed. Her goal from the start, surely. I don't believe a word they say. At least not in this context. Like, what benefit would I gain? In other words, my existence was always meant to be suffering eternally just for this horrible creature in front of me, and if I'm to trust its words, then my efforts to live happily were futile. My efforts to fight back and escape were meaningless in the face of a god of misery that engineered a woe from the start, just for this. Just so it could have a lunch of my miserable brain. Knowing that, would it have been better to simply never have existed? I want your head. Ooh, be erased, make it so you never existed? Or embrace, live with misery for eternity? I'm gonna choose this, but I want a way out. You know? I don't want to be erased because then they just consume me. That's it. But if I'm going to live, I have a chance to have revenge. I will go through tons of torture, but I will come back somehow, right? And then I sleep. No, wake up, fight. You have arms, you have limbs, you actually have teeth. You could bite into this. That's the end of the memories, huh? That's what all led me to being in this room? Oh, there's the eggs, the ovaries. Okay, cool. I'm just going to play it out as is. Oh, that's what the meat tube is. Okay. I am completely wrong from the very beginning, but in a way, that shows how amazing this game is. That's one option. Memento Dolores, embracing the end. In a time and place far away in the past, a woman with dark hair wearing a hospital gown stands in a nursery room. She's covered in blood, tired, worn. She lost a lot of herself along the way here. There's a weapon on the floor, sticky with blood and bodies. She fought them. Wow. We were looking at the memories of our mother. So how did we end up with this Mother Matron situation? Whoa. Like turtles all the way down. I'm snoozing ads, by the way, because this is really paramount. Your own mother wasn't enough, she thought to herself. Suddenly having a baby makes you want to be a good person. She wasn't entirely sure of the motivations herself. Perhaps simply the weight of responsibility that she felt she had now. A responsibility to care for the human being that didn't choose to be made, the one that had to be made to exist and suffer the consequences. She could change things now. She would do whatever she could to right every wrong. She would do that for her sweet mother, and her daughter, and herself. Suddenly, okay. I love that it ended like that. It makes you really wonder, wait, were we actually in the real world for a moment? Maybe this whole womb situation is like a different thing that we're being absorbed, not being birthed? Or was it just a manifestation of our mind being in the womb and we're finally born or finally taken out of that weird experiment that they put us in, and she managed to like fight her way to save us from that moment, and that creature was trying to grab us, the infant. Maybe we were the infant all along, and we were in this incubation tube inside this creature that was an experiment. But somehow, because we don't understand what's happening, we just created this huge world. but we understood some things. I really don't know, but it is fascinating, weird, and scary. I'm going to leave this as it is because it is a free game, I think. And you can choose the other route yourself. Maybe you'll have better time finding all the puzzles and like getting out of the situation and be able to find all the details of this game. But I hope that it is satisfactory for those who are able to like win this game through the backlog game roulette. I went in not knowing, and I'm so glad I did. It was nice to like speculate out loud and like figure out what's going on, and the twist at the end is good. Really went against what I was working with entirely, and I'm glad of it. Really glad. I'm gonna go with a theory that maybe we were a tiny infant and were put into this monster incubator, and we're just processing all this information as we're hooked up. But no, it's great. I love how it kept me guessing. I really love it. But I had to stop here. I gotta go. I was supposed to be done like 2 hours ago, and I gotta go and eat. So thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate you sticking around, even though it was like very dark, very deep, very twisted. If you managed to like stick around, thank you so much for watching. And if you're watching this as VOD, thank you so much for watching. I hope it was a good game for you to watch. Even though it was a hard experience to swallow. I wish I could stick around to like really discuss the mentality, the philosophy that they were talking about, like how life is pain, and like you do have to choose whether to like give up or carry on. But at this time, I'm just gonna leave it as is. I think there are parts of it I don't agree, but there are parts of it I do agree with. Okay, let me go ahead and just say it here. I think life is worth living, no matter the painful moments. I do believe there are some good things in our life worth living for. And if you're in a situation that is spiraling out of control, out of your hands, that's going bad for you, there are ways to navigate through it and get out of it. And there are some points in my life that felt really low for me. And I know there are people who had gone through like addiction, that are able to navigate through that pain and that suffering and made it out of it. Able to somehow come to terms with their situation and able to recover. There are actors and other like really good people who managed to like come out of that situation for the better, even though they had gone through such lows. So I will say that it is worth living no matter what this game says. There's a reason why there's a distortion in the voice. It's supposed to like be the little tiny demon inside, essentially, like saying all the terrible wrong things. But it is worth living. But don't live for pain to enjoy suffering. Live for the good things in life, in between the rain clouds. So I will say that for sure at the very end. Someone who has gone through like some really major up and downs. And I'm sure people have gone through a lot worse than what I've gone through. There's always something better to look forward to. And there's ways that you can change your situation. And if you can't change it for yourself, there are people out there who are willing to help you and are able to help you. You just got to reach out and just let them. So, on that note, I'm going to go. Thank you all so much for watching with me. And I hope to see you next time. Something a little bit chill. Something less scary. And I'll see you all next time. Okay, bye bye.